Long time no GG. As they say. Let's verify that we are actually good to go. Just give me a moment. Please. I'm trying to do this as fast as I can, which is not very fast. Oops. Then again, I have seen worse, so I'm not apologizing. Not too much. It's been a few weeks, I noticed. So there's a higher than 0 chance that some of the tricks that we learned in the previous run have eluded us due to the time difference. But more than that means that we are in a very good position to carry on with our journey, lest we have not forgot everything. And if we have been able to learn something once, then it's probably quite likely that we can learn it again. In a way, relearning something that we have just lost. Now let's see. I'm just verifying the audio balance and then we are good to go. Or the lack of balance, which is also a possibility. How do I do this? Like this, perhaps? So 1, 2, 3. Coffee, milk, tea. Good to go. Doop, 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 doop. Just getting the thumbs up from the producer. Waiting for the thumbs up. Ha! Perhaps now. Okay, at least the other channel is audible and the other one not so much. One of these days we will find out why is it perhaps now. Doop doop doop. Okay. Right. Sounds that we are in stereo, so please do let me know if there are any issues that you happen to notice, be it stream wise or game wise. I don't mind either. Well, as I was just saying, or perhaps this goes to show that slightly less than 2 weeks is enough for us to perhaps lose our rhythm when it comes to the game, but also to lose some of the settings that we have so dearly fine-tuned for the last stream, or during the holiday season, as we liked to call it. And now we are back to where we started. And hope you are having a splendid time now and also in the future, since past is something that we can't change. As far as I'm aware of anything, which is not much, I've understood that there have been no patches in this game during the last week or two, but the random map pool has changed. I know this just now, but luckily they are all very good maps, of course. African Clearing, I think this was played in the Noble Apartment Cup. This or a variation of that. So we have a nomad type of start, and then hold on. Oh, yes. And then chaos ensures shortly ever after, and we get to play poles, so that's nice. We'll just build our thousander here, because why not? And then we could do some sheep scouting. Boom, boom, boom. There is probably a way to play the game, or the map. There are probably ways to play the game too, but so it would make sense, for example, to have Townsend right next to the shorefish, just so one would get this instant access to food. So that's one way to play the game. If our Townsend was there, we could take the fish with more ease. But, and what's even worse, we only get this very well, very limited access to wood, since the town center is not to the edge of the wood line. Well, this is probably not the worst, but this can't be very good town center location either. But no worries, we'll think of something. And we presume they are there. And then we would like to get a mill. Alright, but it's very nice to be back in any case. And perhaps after a few games we will get to the rhythm. Oh no. It's almost loom o'clock. But since we are Poles, we can benefit from the farms, so that's good. And they are Franks, so that's not very good because they will get this huge amount of food from the ponds for their scouts, for example. So what's our play against that? Well, we still get very good scouts, so perhaps we could have scouts play like that. Well, our macro is slipping a bit, but that is to be expected. And I think
Gotów jestem.
Zbieram. Łowię zwierzynę. Gotowa jest.
Tak.
Tak. Natychmiast wykonam. Gotowa jest. Tak. Łowię zwierzynę.
luckily our villagers are auto healing, so or healing constantly, so
Tak.
that was no biggie.
Rybit.
Oh, and in any case, it would make sense to try to rush our way up to the next age, so that we would get
Witajcie. Tak.
the scouts to help us as soon as possible.
Gotów jestem.
But
Rozkazania?
Rozkazania.
Tak.
let's see. I'm feeling a bit
Zbieram.
Gotów jestem. Sprawiacz.
rusty at the moment. A little scouting intel would be really nice, so let's see if we can make that happen.
Rozkazania.
Witajcie.
Zbieram.
Tak.
Gotowa jest. Witajcie.
That was a misplay.
Rozkazania?
No worries. One more villager and
Gotowa jest.
Gotów jestem.
how are we supposed to get enough food?
Rozkazania?
Tak. Gotowa jest.
With farms of course,
Gotów
but
jestem.
Witajcie.
Rozkazania?
okay, so one more villager and then
Gotowa jest.
everything will just work.
Łowię zwierzynę.
Yes.
Rybit.
Everything will work out exactly as planned.
Tak.
Rozkazania.
Sprawiacz. Jestem górnikiem.
Gotowa jest. Witajcie. Tak. Witajcie.
1 HP per minute, so it will take 3.5 minutes for this villager to be back.
Gotów jestem. Rozkazania?
Reasonably good health. I'm tempted to create a militia, so that's what we
Gotów
are
jestem.
doing.
Jestem sprawiaczką ryb. Witajcie.
Sprawiacz. Rybit.
It would also be nice to create archers, but that's not
Tak.
the way this is supposed to be played, of course. Let's see. Harwich. We know next to nothing about them as of yet.
Witaj. Rozkazania. Tak. Gotowa jest. Jestem
We
sprawiaczką.
also had a sheep.
Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Do broni! Do waszych państw.
Okay, so they are expected to be over there. Let's see if that is the case.
Rozkazania. Tak uczynię. Do waszych usług.
Because
Witaj.
he may be
Sprawiacz. Rybit.
tricked into thinking that they are somewhere that they are not.
Tak uczynię.
Right, so
Atakujmy! Owszem, pojmuję was. Do waszych usług. Tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię.
alright, so there's a single villager, a few extra villagers, there's the town center,
Dobrze, tak uczynię. Pojmuję was.
and the mill.
Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię.
Right.
Do broni! Dobrze, tak uczynię. Pojmuję was. Naprzód!
Gotowa jest. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Do waszych usług. Do broni!
Well,
Tak uczyń.
it wasn't the greatest, but
Do waszych usług.
it wasn't the worst either.
Pojmuję was. Owszem. Naprzód! Pojmuję was. Do broni!
Right, so they are probably
Atakujmy!
Gotów jestem. Tak. Rozkazania? Łowię zwierzyny.
building the
Rybi.
Witajcie. Tak, te łowię zwierzyny. Ryb.
alright.
Owszem.
Some stables would make sense
Do broni!
from my point of view, but I don't know if they would go for that.
Gotów jestem.
We don't have too many people
Ryb.
collecting
Rozkazania?
food. So, and we are still not building the houses that we actually
Jestem
need, so
sprawiaczką. Zwierzynę.
so not very good this macro of ours.
Zbieram.
Owszem. Tak, panie. Pojmuję was.
Right,
Tak, pojmuję was.
but
Pojmuję was.
based on the score they are not too good of players either, so
Gotów jestem.
if we just put our minds to it we may have a chance.
Rozkazania?
But I don't know if we are doing very good job with that.
Atakujmy!
Oh well. First game of the not year but of the sometime, so bear with us. Okay, so they want to utilize that
Rozkazania?
fish.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów
Jestem
jestem.
sprawiaczką.
Witajcie.
And we could create few men at arms as if possible before we make this very clever switch
Rozkazania?
that's going to
Tak.
produce
Jakieś rozkazania?
superior results.
Tak uczynię.
Okay, so we see a few
Do waszych usług.
scouts.
Tak. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Natychmiast wykonam. Zwierzynę.
So the archers isn't the greatest play anymore, but
Rozkazania. Jestem sprawiaczką.
and we have a very good
Jestem sprawiaczką. Drwal.
way of losing the game of course still.
Gotów jestem.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
So farms.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Owszem.
Du, du, du.
Do waszych usług. Pojmuję was. Do waszych usług. Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania?
Yeah, so that's a scouting
Jakieś rozkazania?
as of yet.
Tak, panie. Pojmuję was.
Ooh, we got a kill, which is nice. And oops, we are a bit late with that.
Jakieś rozkazania? Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię.
Witaj.
Pojmuję was. Pojmuję. Tak uczynię.
Jestem
That's
sprawiaczką.
alright.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem
Mm.
sprawiaczką.
Atakujmy! Broni!
Because this is just a
Dobrze. Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem. Atakujmy! Naprzód! Do broni!
ooh, great micro there.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Do waszych usług. Pojmuję was.
Right, and then we could just run away.
Do waszych usług.
We still have
Owszem.
room for more.
Natychmiast wykonam.
Okay, well, no matter the start, we can still have very
Sprawiacz.
difficult time trying to
Jakieś rozkazania?
make use
Tak uczynię. Do broni!
of this
Tak, panie.
um,
Tak uczynię.
edge that I thought that we had, but actually looking at the score now, it seems that they have started playing.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię.
Or then it's just the
Pojmuję was.
could have been the scouting that making the difference, or the maker of the difference,
Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię.
and I was too relaxed for no good reason.
Atakujmy! Pojmuję was. Owszem,
Dun.
tak uczynię. Do broni! Pojmuję was. Do waszych pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania?
I see no presence of theirs.
Owszem, pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania? Jakieś rozkazania?
Right.
Tak uczynię. Pojmuję was. Pojmuję was. Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Do waszych jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy! Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Do broni! Pojmuję was. Pojmuję was. Atakujmy! Do broni! Atakujmy! Atakujmy! Do broni! Atakujmy!
Okay, well, one pony down, and we need more people on gold, it seems. What's wrong with this? It's probably something that I did or did not do.
Sprawiacz.
Alright.
Sprawiacz.
Witajcie. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Hop.
Sprawiacz.
Very good. Okay, so they have a few extra units heading our way. Okay, well, in all cases, this is a very good first game because we get to play against against an opponent that's very close to our level, it seems. So that's nice. Now we could do some upgrades while we are waiting. So long we don't use any of the precious
Do waszych
gold of ours,
Jestem górnikiem.
and then up we go.
Witajcie. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Two stables to surprise them with, and let's see.
pojmuję was. Do broni!
I'm not sure what they are doing.
Naprzód!
This seems
Owszem,
a little surprising to me. But then again, I'm doing all the upgrades, so
dobrze, tak uczynię. Pojmuję was.
our way of playing the game or approaching this one is also hopefully very surprising, very wasteful, I would say. Okay, and then it's light cavalry o'clock.
Kto wam jest?
Tak.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
And a few extra farms.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Yes.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak
Well,
uczynię.
let's see.
Owszem,
We can expect knights, of course,
jakieś rozkazania?
but what else?
Naprzód!
Okay, so they haven't scouted everything as of yet.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Do waszych tak uczynię.
So here comes the knights.
Pojmuję, tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy! Do waszych pojmuję, tak uczynię. Pojmuję, tak uczynię. Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Pojmuję, tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania?
Right. No pressure over here. And then we could probably just try to hit their eco if possible. Okay, but this is a very slow game, at least for now. I don't know for how long it's going to last, but
Rozkazania. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów jestem.
Drwal. Witajcie.
Sprawiacz.
perhaps you could build
Sprawiacz.
those farms too. Do 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 do.
Gotowa jest.
We don't need all you here.
Sprawiacz.
Oopsie. But well, it seems that they are just building their ecos and enjoying lives and what have you. And there's this huge horde of knights. Okay. Well, that's nice. And is that all? Oh, whoa, whoa. So we would like to get probably a few more knights of our own.
Sprawiacz. Drwal.
Rozkazania.
And then eventually... Well, it's going to be a bit tricky then, because we have pikemen, that's nice, but once they show up with 1500 knights and we are ill prepared for that, then that means that things are going to be a bit sad for us, or tricky. So we shouldn't play around too much.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
We can always play around a bit, but
Jestem górnikiem.
there's no room for fooling around. We have also idled our
Gotowa.
town center for quite some time. I think that
Owszem.
we could have prevented that to a point,
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię.
right?
Naprzód! Tak, pan, tak uczynię. Do waszych
Okay, so 2 villager castle,
rozkazania? Do broni!
and that's something.
Do broni! Jakieś
So
rozkazania?
why not, but... well, you were supposed to fight here, and
Atakuj! Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem. Naprzód!
you could help out just a bit.
Do waszych
Well, this is, if not horrible and terrible, but it's still a bit... Okay, so no forging as of yet. And we should be able to outproduce them. Don't know if we are, but we should be. Alright. Well, this is nice. Yes, of course we are wasting units, but so are they. Let's... Hop. We need you elsewhere. Could you try to cause some havoc over here? We have also idled our eco a bit more than was necessary. I like the fact that they didn't wall the villagers in, because that would have been the clever play, but also the dull way of playing the game. So they lost a few villagers there. Okay, so Harry Z made this game. I don't think this should have been as difficult as it was, but indeed there are a few things that we would benefit from improving with, I reckon. But this was a very nice comeback game. So their play was to get this double stable night production or triple stable night production up and running, and then forward castle and take it from there. And thanks to our lucky scouting, we found out about that, and just like that we are back to 1k. And then they lost 5 villagers or so, 10 villagers building the castle. But so perhaps they were new to the game. Let's see. Oh yeah, well I made a misplay of already clicking to the recording. So Harry G, well, they have played 850 games as per the statistics, so they are not new. It seems. Building town center close to the hunt. Starting with house walls, very good. But they have been playing the map. And also playing with Franks at least for the last 10 games or so, so perhaps they have fine-tuned this strategy that usually works very nicely. So what did they know then? So the feudal age was a bit delayed, or not delayed, it's just more optimized probably than ours. And reacting to spearmen was surprising, but later on they are just fighting with the villagers, which is the correct play. This lumber camp positioning isn't the greatest either, but perhaps that's a personal statement of a kind. Alright, so we are having some idle TC time due to houses and whatnot issues, but they also seem to have a play that was forgiving if any such issue occurred. But yeah, here again, that ringing the town bell makes very little sense when you also have the army around. And I don't know if they needed to farm around the mill when they had the safety of the town center available as well, but alright. But they are scouting really nicely. This is probably auto scout doing the work now, and that's partially the reason they got such a nice score. So they made it to the castle age, and they have been producing knights from 3 stables, and now they get 15 knights. And is that 10? Or will they produce more? 2 scouts on top of that, and is that supposed to be the army then? They only have the first armor upgrade now, and then moving forward with the castle. And then eco upgrades. Okay, so perhaps the play is to get some presence here with the castle, and then because they don't have anyone mining any additional stone, that means they are not producing villages either, so it seems that they are just trying to get enough resources. Perhaps their focus is here. It could also be a reason. Yeah, because now they queued up 5 extra villagers. So that was just a misplay. Well, we are not foreign to those ourselves. On the castle, it's very scarily increasing in health, but well, we are also, so we only have forging in our advantage at the moment, but luckily the numbers were enough, and since the villagers weren't walled in, they couldn't get the castle up. Now I don't know, would that have changed the game too much? It would have delayed. So they lost the army and they lost the villagers and the castle didn't finish, so that's where they thought that the game is over. But of course, based on the statistics or the information, with the information that I have now, it was over even earlier. How many kills did that scout get? It had like 2 HP or something. 4 HP. Okay, well that was... So, did we have any kills before we arrived there? Okay, so we had 3 kills. And then here we come. Here's the action happening here. They've lost 2 villagers. Okay, only 2 villagers. But of course, that was 2 villagers that they couldn't afford to lose, so perhaps that was also that could have played a factor there as well. That's because it's very annoying when you are trying to make things, like make the magic happen elsewhere, and then you look back to your base and there are dead villagers, even if it's only 1 or 2 villagers. Okay, but we should have been able to finish the game from here. So despite our macro slipping and the game being just a little bit underwhelming from where we left off, it was still a good game. But yeah, if they had the castle, then we would have spent some extra 15 minutes perhaps trying to get that, trying to destroy that and trying to harass their eco. I don't know if that would have unlocked the next step in their path, in the plan, so that after they get this like point to pressure us from, then they will add the 3rd and 4th town center and queue up 20 villagers and then look for the Imperial Age and then trying to click the Cavalier and Paladin upgrades. Like, I don't know what the plan would have been, but luckily we were able to prevent that from happening, because that would have been a very tedious game. And since we are very error what's the word for that then? Well, since we are very prone to making errors, then it's not a given thing that we would have won, even if we had a lead at that point. Since I've had quite a few games where Frank's knights have been, perhaps the speed difference made a difference in the game. Well, in any case, the Frank's knights have managed to destroy my dreams for some 20 times perhaps by now, just by appearing under the town center, killing the building and then ignoring all this arrow fire and then killing the villagers and then just carrying on to the next town center. So that was something that I was a little bit worried about, but luckily the pikeman upgrade was enough to reduce the numbers when we didn't have any like real army to speak of when the forward castle was planted. So that's African clearing. And perhaps the speed difference explains why they didn't use the scouts more. And arena. I have had a few dreams about this game, and I think one of the games that I was playing in my dreams was on arena, and I felt good after that, despite the fact that we lost, and now we get to play against the Poles. Luckily Ethiopians get these nice archers, so we are in a very good position indeed. And we get the scout even, so that's nice. Dum da dum da dum. Fidi the second. Da da dun da da. So what do we do? Well, we should have time to scout a bit. Since we have the headables. No, the huntables that we can push in this manner. What else? We have had a few occasions where the where the daring scout headables of ours have been stolen. Let's see what happens now. 'Cause if they are pushing the deer, then it should take a minute more perhaps before they are out on the field. And it might be that they are so clever that they are not even pushing the deers or ibexes as of yet. Let's see. So let's go there and back home. You go there and back home. Okay. Ah. And then you did this. Very good. Oh no. We have lost the game. Alright, well, we shall eat that later then. Okay, so they are over there. Right, so this wasn't the greatest build, but this was the best we could afford. Do, 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 do. And great timing. And then we will build a mill. Yes, everything's going according to the plan. Somehow this will just work. No worries. On a daring scouting mission. Yes. You seen any?
Yes.
Trader. Ah, so we can't even trust the sheep these days. And where is the boar? If only we had scouted a bit more. But well. Oh, thanks. We will have a really firm about the latest mission. This is the weirdest arena build I've had for in a while, but it's all good. It's all good. We will make things work. No worries. Somehow. So the second boar. Perhaps we already ate that. Oh, it's there. Good. Well done, everyone. And you may go there. You could go there, actually, and then are we ready to go up? Why aren't we ready to go up? No, this is terrible. Well, some half a minute of idle TC done. That's alright, that's alright. We will make it work. But how? The Poles will just build a huge number of farms or folwarks. And then we will have lost the game. As Ethiopians we get what? Faster firing archers, and we get golden food when we advance to the next age, so that's very good. And if you are not if we try to skip some of the eco upgrades, it might be possible for us to, let's see if we can sneak in a villager like this. We'll make it 2. All the better. So we should be able to make this work, of course. Extra house, very good. And we have this sheep left. And then you will go there. And you two will then build farms. Right? So we have no vision to their plans as of yet. Okay, so there's a market, which might be a bit bad because it could mean that they are not very open to our forward approaches. Oh no. And we better run back to home. You could create one spearman, but it's going to be a bit late. Luckily there's not much intel for them as of yet. So if you could go there. Oh, we should be producing archers already, but I forgot. Okay, but the good thing is that their scout is dead, so they shouldn't be able to find what we are up to very fast, at least. But we need more people. We could use more people collecting wood. Okay, so castle o'clock it is. And then, what is their play? We may have to. Well, our eco is not very balanced. That's a given. And then we need the siege workshop. As soon as possible, thank you. Few extra archers, if possible. Alright, at least there's a chance that we could perhaps drop a few villagers. Sorry, few archers over there. And 200. Everything's so expensive. We may have too many farms. With market we could. Okay, so let's cancel this. Right? So it's happening. Oh, well, I'm so happy. Hopefully, Zura, a friend of ours who optimized this build for us, that we are not playing the correct fashion, is able to see this work one of these days. And then the warning signal, that's not very good. Something had to be done. Alright. Then you could build us a university. You could join the forces. Right. Let's see what we can find from here. Right. Alright, so far so good. But we would need something to... Hey! What's your excuse? So we need more people on stone. And we need some people, perhaps. Perhaps you all could come here. Because we could prevent them from getting... Just need to make this work. Okay. So some of the farms are denied, but not all of them by... Oops. By no means. Ballistics, why not? Here's the archers. Now if they don't have... Ooh, it's too bad. Huh. Here I was thinking we gave them clear orders, but that wasn't the case. Okay, so despite being able to idle some of their eco, there is still terrible chance that we are not able to cause enough damage to actually make the game work in our favor. Oh no. Especially if just a single... Let's move someone over here to see what's happening hereby. It would be surprising to me if they didn't try to sneak out as soon as possible. Right, let's see if 3 archers is enough to get rid of their knight. Doesn't seem like that is the case. Okay, and then how do we take it from here? What? Right? Alright, so we would like to get to the next age, of course, but we need plenty of farms for that. Probably would have made sense to invest into a few eco upgrades too. Okay, so what we need is a fast Imperial Age if possible, but we may be too late for that already, I'm afraid. Let's see. Less damage from mounted units, that would be really nice. But perhaps it would make sense then to... Oh no. So that's the Imperial Age. And then we will need huge number of... Can we get rid of that? Okay, well this is going to be a longer... Okay, and we are through. Very good. And if you could perhaps help over here as much as is possible. Oh, and we should have sent all the rams at the same time, but okay, well, We did what we thought was best. And we should still be able to. Okay. So more villagers and more archers, and then also, what's the key for that? We could send few archers here. And we don't need this many people anywhere. Oops. So perhaps you could come here and build us a. Please, thank you. Building of value. Okay, so here we go. Oh, right, so here we go. Oops. Oh no. Well, all of a sudden things are falling down a bit, but no worries, we can always build new castles elsewhere. And then carry on as planned. Too bad we lost the siege tower, because it's very possible that oh no, that we shouldn't have done. Well, let's see if we could just get rid of that, because we still have enough resources to produce units. We just need to take better care of them, I think. Oh, the great shuttle warriors. Okay, so they are producing stables. That's cute. Oh, well, this is very similar game to the previous one. Oh, yes, please. Join us. Stable, yes. Just more villagers. Why not? Run! Okay, and we have no worries back home, so that's good. So let's just try to produce some units of our choice. Oh, houses. I'm not sure where our units are going. You build that and then you can build this. Alright, and then we still have... Hi. Alright, so they should be losing quite a few... Oops. Hello, you could be of help over here, perhaps. This is nice. Okay, so they will get rid of that, but... And so this is a slaughter, but for whom? Alright, well, we should be able to... Oops. Produce quite much more, so let's just carry on destroying what we can. Hop! Just passing, don't you mind. Cavalry archers, why not? And... Oops. Oh, this is great. Okay, well, you could perhaps come here and help us learn about the whereabouts a bit. Then what do we need? A few farmers. Well, 3 farmers. So you shall be farmers and you will just carry on doing what it is that you will enjoy doing. And then you will go there. Right, so it's Hussar, winged Hussar clock. Help! I'm not doing very good job with the army control here. Retreat! Oops. Oh, well done. Alright, and we are still causing great havoc on many fronts. Oh, this would be handy. One of these days. And now we need more archers, so... There we go. Oh, perhaps you would help your fellow army members. Alright, and then more archers, thank you very much. Then perhaps a few upgrades. Ah, well. No worries, we can still make this work. Okay, so in you go. Just over there. Don't you mind? They don't have ballistics, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Just go. And then we need more. Where is it? No? Well, we need more villagers, why not, but... few extra battery rams. It's very good. No. Ooh. So come to the rescue. We could go take care of that. And you as well. Very good. More villagers. Okay, and then you could help. Because we should still be in a very good position, but we need more production. That's a given. And we need more protection for the rams. If only we had any. That would be great. Perhaps a few camels would be nice too. Right. And more. Oopsie. Okay. Okay, one more thousand goes down, so that's nice. So let's drop a castle over there, for example. Right, well, perhaps the castle placement is a bit ambitious with the information that we just got, but suppose we could just go there and try again, and then we need some pikes. Okay, and now they are on the map, out on the map for the first time. And then go back there. Few shuttles. And back to safety you go. Okay, so we should be... hold on. Producing way more than we actually are. So, what gives? Let us build a town center just in case if we have time for that before it is too late. Okay, it's very good. And in we go, because they are now focusing again. Oh, and the castle is up. Or stays up. To put it more correctly. Okay, so we still have the nice looking army numbers. And then we need some siege if we are to push this back. And do we still have a castle? Yes, even few castles, that's very good. So now they got the really nice more stone. As I was saying, they got this really nice forward for themselves, but it didn't help them too much, so that's nice. So we need more archers. And then what? More stone. Oops. Because now we are losing quite much of everything to this. Oh, let's just destroy the houses instead. Yes, they are very good targets. More archers. Oops. Help. And more rams on the way, very good. More villagers would be nice. No. Trying to fix the mill, that's odd. Alright. More art, sorry. Misplay on my part. They even have... Let's see if we could destroy that. Alright, so few extra... Oops, well you have been idle for quite some time I reckon, but... It ends now. Sorry. And you go there as well. Few houses, and how do we do? Okay, let's try to destroy that one. Let's try not to destroy that one instead. Change of plans. Let's try to keep them alive for a while. More pikemen. So our macro is sleeping and that's not good. Seldom very good. Okay, well we will just go there instead. And you could help over here a bit. And your mission is to get rid of that. More villagers are to be needed. Oh. And then they're still running away with that one. That's good. Okay. And we need more people on stone. Oops, that was my misplay. Architecture is very good idea. Always. Don't know if they... Ooh, well that's a daring move. From their part. We have no one on gold. I think they neither. All right. So now one of the things, oops, that's taking its toll on us. That's fun. Okay. Is the map control and the macro, so we should put all these villages to good use. And if possible, it would also make sense to try to not to... Okay, well, no. Not to lose... the good things that we have. Okay, back to safety you go. There you go, very good. Because so long they can produce these only food costing units, they are going to be in a good position no matter what, but we're just going to have to try to outproduce them. Okay, so we need more archers and then we need... Do we have upgrades? We don't have all the upgrades. We have some of the upgrades, so that's good. Ooh! Hello, hello, hello. So we should prevent them from taking that code over there. So a few shuttles would be nice. Oops. Some militia, why not? What we actually need is... Oh no. This is a terrible, terrible game. Okay. So where did the villagers go then? Or did we manage to kill them? Or are they still lurking here somewhere? Perhaps over here. That could be the case. What do you think? You decide. Okay. Well, the good news is that so long they are producing these... Oh, hello. Let's take a few shovels to help over here. And then the monk. And where is the barracks? Here. Oh no, so we let them out. Alright, so we need this huge number of units of our own, of course. It's never too late, we just have to be careful. Because we wouldn't want to give them the chance to get too much gold. Okay, so let's drop a castle. Well, it should be still enough to get the castle up. How are we doing over here? We are not doing? Hey people, we need you doing. But it's also true that we have been floating quite much, so... Hey! No, 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 no. Ah. Okay. Well, you will finish that. And you will just stay here. We shouldn't go as far if it's possible to avoid it. No, don't do. Oh, some misplace. Well, this is, if not the most terrible game of some times, then a very terrible game of some other times. Okay. So we still have a nice looking... Where's the gold we could use? This. Good. Right. Oh, we have these villagers here. Good. Okay. In we go. Oh, we are going to need the next age. Aren't we? Oh no, this is terrible. We are just throwing units left and right. Oh no. We have all the food in the world, but... Oh no. It could be that we are trolling the game. Just a bit. Even house walling our nice little castle. Oh no. Well, that's arena. Impossible to win, no matter what you do. That's arena. So what do? We don't have any access to gold. We let them out and that was that. But we have... we had... quite much. No. In you go. Stay there. Very good. Everything's good. Nothing to worry about. And we could still produce quite much if only we paid attention. So we are basically just running past the units, which is not the greatest. Alright, GG, well played. Thanks for your time. So, and thank you for all the sheep. So the only thing we had to do was to use the resources. Some additional scouts, for example. We were floating as soon as they got out and got the access to this very limited amount of gold. We lost the game. We should have also protected the castle better than we actually did. I think we were in a very good position before that. We had them pinched in. So they shouldn't have won the game, I think. But that's Age of Empires to you, and are we ready? And let's try to get there as fast as possible. But that's also perhaps the power of poles to a certain degree, since they can get this winged hussar that only costs food. So as long as they have the farming eco intact, and with the gold they had a chance to do the upgrades and create siege units, for example. So I think we should have just handled our macro better, so we should have collected all the resources on the map. We shouldn't have let them have this, since we had our units here to kill the villagers, but we presumed that we already killed them when they had just moved here. If we had killed those villagers, the forward wouldn't have happened. At least not at that time. Also, it would have made sense to add castles to defend our base, so we should have been more greedy to collect all the resources on the map. Now we just threw some villagers here and there, and then we lost them to their raids. So of course good activity on their parts, but it wouldn't have been too hard, too difficult. Let's see, if we had moved right past Thousanders, were in very good, very protective formation. So well, I think this worked better than was to be expected, so that was good. But also lucky that they had so much free space. But yeah, it would have made sense to add few cavalry units, few knights to raid their eco, because they had no room here for anything. So that was a misplay. This was a good initiative eventually to move past the town centers, but we should have followed with that, because now they are still like they are now in a position where they should win the game. And here, if we had more units, better units, if we did this often, again and again, then we should be in a position where we should win the game, I think. But we let them have the Poles farms. And I was too proud to click up to the Imperial Age. That would have made sense. As always. Because they are losing villages and they are losing position here. And even though they are floating resources, they don't really have the... I don't know if they're just trying to get to this Winged Hussar and Obosh combination. Is that? and then they are floating resources because they don't have production buildings for those. Which is cute. But yeah, we should have sent more units more often back here. Because we are eventually getting this villager lead. And now if we just click to Imperial Age and started pushing with our trebuchets, then this would be a very good game for us. But now, after this, I think we are losing villagers to these raiding winged hussars without noticing. So they now have 5 kills, but soon we are moving to the stone, and here they are already waiting for us to appear, and then soon we will send 10 villagers there. Now we are already in villager lead. They are running out of food, and this should be like, I think we should be able to win the game from this position. If we started the scenario, as mentioned a couple of times in the past, if we started the scenario from this position, I don't think it should be impossible to win. But soon we are throwing our macro slips, we are floating resources. We have huge number of idle villagers due to my misclicks, and then we are sending villagers to their deaths. We are queuing nice amount of villagers, but we should also be taking a more firm stance here when we are seeing that they are looking for extra gold. And now there's already 16 kills for these 5, and they must have been most of them villagers. So we still have nice macro and all, but in numbers, or number-wise, we have nice eco, but they are in no panic. And here we just missed them. Like, if I had moved just a bit down, we would have prevented these stables from being built. And then this starts to turn the tide. And all of a sudden we will be losing villagers. So it's just sending, like, I should have taken a more firm approach to this, like building few barracks right here, right away, and walling the villagers in. That would have made sense. Now it's just, I was playing with them because I thought we were in a good position, but actually we, now that I'm not focusing here, we are just walking in with the military units without attacking or engaging with anyone, and then we are slowly starting to lose this production position that we had, and just losing villagers here as well. So long we were aggressive, so long we were the aggressive one, everything was fine, but as soon as we needed to defend ourselves, then that's where things started to fall. And here also losing 10 villagers or so, and extra 10 villagers, so not very good. But that's of course something that might happen after a long game like this. And I'm happy, even though we lost quite much military in the early engagements, we were still able to micro just enough to keep the pressure and keep the army numbers up. But yeah, like, this was just a very sad end from my perspective to the game, that in the end the bolts got to their, like, the only combination that they ever did. They had a few spearmen, but then it was just winged hussar and obuk, few trebuchets. It's just a, well, perhaps I'm a bit artificial intelligence fan myself, but it's not very clever army composition, especially when they are floating other resources. And we let them play with that and still win, so that's of course kudos to them, but also woe for us for not being able to beat them when they are playing with this very simple army combination. And yeah, GG, and after a short break we will have more of the same, hopefully. So stay tuned. Oh, but also, what was it? Who was it? Alexis Fabian 95. I'm just checking how many games they might have had recorded. Some 400, so not too many when comparing to our record. Dun, dun, dun. Which is cool. This doesn't show the latest one. Perhaps it was so long that it takes a while. They've also made great progress during the last year, getting from ELO 600 to this 900, 1000-ish. So good for them. Okay, a short break and we'll carry on with more. I'll be right back and hopefully you will stick around. See you in a bit. Alright, and back we are. Let's see if we are back for good. I'll just verify that we are still more or less audible as well. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Alright, at least it sounds that we are still in stereo mode, which is all that we can ask for at this late, an hour. And also the balance applies to the game record so far, since we are ta-da! Let's try to fix this a bit. Since we are one game up and another one down. As the saying goes. Oh no. But it's nice to notice that it's just 10 or so days without playing affects the controls or the physics trying to manipulate in the game that much that I can feel with my brain that I'm slow and doing suboptimal solutions. Cold White, hello, good evening. Good evening to you as well. And welcome around now. Have I spent an eternity without noticing you? Hopefully not. But applies, or is at least it's very fitting. Cold White, no, I just typed. Good. Here I was doubting myself. Good to have you. Welcome. And hi. Here I was just thinking that it's very fitting that while playing in a chaotic manner, it also takes 2 hours and a break to notice a single chat message. And Cold White, how are you? How are the games going? So far, one game on. What is this clearing? This nomad type of start that we managed to win against perhaps a little unprepared opponent, and then we had a very nice arena game against Poles where we thought we had it with the early aggression siege tower archers as Ethiopians, but then the Poles were enough they were strong enough to get back into the game, and then since we never made it to the Imperial Age either, unlike them, they were in the end able to get out from the prison that we built so neatly for them and got an access to gold, and then we lost. And those are the 2 games we have had so far. A little clumsy is the feeling that I get, not to take anything away from our opponents. But after all this time, hopefully it's just a matter of minutes before we get back to the rhythm. And when it comes to our arena record, that was a really good play, I think, because usually it's just halfish boomish to a very easy loss against a castle drop or something. Not this time. We even defended against their trebuchets and everything very nicely. How about you? Have you had a chance to do splendid things with your life, be it game-wise or otherwise? And also I have to advertise that we were just saving the best performances for you. So if you were not too excited about the games as I described them, no worries, because they were just practice games, just warm-up games, clearly. This map seems, for some reason, it feels familiar, even though it probably is not at all familiar. But the games have been fun, and after dreaming about playing Age of Empires for a few nights in a row, it's nice to actually be playing. Cold White, I just started up again with studies, so that is nice. Congrats. And I have played a few games myself, not too many, but I will play a lot tomorrow. So it's tomorrow, it could be Sunday, so perhaps that plays a factor to that. Or do you have some other reason for saving the lot of games for tomorrow? But sounds good, especially if you are able to balance things like having studies but also having time to play. Then what could be better? What's with our scouting? We have next to nothing knowledge about. Well, we will sort this out eventually. So we have found no herdables, but we know that there's so we know there are berries, so that will have to do then for now. What are we actually doing? And against who we are playing? Mayor. I'm trying to practice these nice icons. And we are Hindustani, so we get the camels, right? Cold White, Sunday, yes. No, not really, but nothing happening tomorrow, so I will play a bit. Sounds like a plan. And if you are grinding the ladder, then there's always a chance that we might meet over there. Perhaps I'll just have to do some additional grinding before that to get up to your level. But that's also, it's a matter of time, if anything. Cold Whites. Hindustan is a nice, one of my favorite ships. But like, sounds good. Favorite ships and all. I don't think I have one myself as of yet, but it's going to change given like in the next 100 games or so, I think. So far I don't think I have too many that I'm too familiar with at all. But so we get cheaper villagers. What's the reason? Okay, well, you're just answering. So Cold White, cheap villagers, cheaper every age, good camels, and great hand cannoneers with extra range in Imperial Age. Yes, perhaps we will get a chance to play with those. But before we get there, what do we do? What do we do? Few farms, extra. We will harass them with the very late Dark Age tricksteries, and then what? Few houses, of course, yes. We'll see how this goes. Not great. Not great. Also, we would need to get to Imperial Age to be actually able to benefit from that. Cold White. Scouts are nice. Hindustani scouts break walls easily, +2 attack on buildings. And do you utilize that then? It would be fun to witness some games sometime. That is right. And also Kamen Riders attack faster. Right. Of course that's what they are expecting, so what do? We will just idle the TC for 15 seconds and okay. Then we will surprise them with double barracks play, as is our fondest approach. As that is our fondest approach. And then, if need be, we could even produce some cavalry. Because Khmer. So I could see some ballistas from them. At least I've lost a few games. Hello? Then they could also hop to the houses, which is a nice trick. No. If only they can get that far. Well played. And what about the rest of their map then? Perhaps we could also try to gather the people over here. Because in the previous game everything was fine so long we had the so long we were able to be the aggressive players. But as soon as oh no, what's okay. Run. As soon as we lost that, we more or less lost the game. That wasn't great. It was horrible. Okay, so we are doing great job here. Not very good work there. No. Hello? Oh, we didn't actually need you here, but now that you are here, then well, that wasn't the greatest. But at least their scout is not at home, so and they have lost something. Let's call it something of value to make us feel better. We don't actually need the armor too much, but then again, what do we need? So they should have something somewhere. It's the castle age, so is it elephants then? Should we be doing something as well? Run! Knights, alright. Well, we could still try to delay this a bit. I'm so happy that they are prioritizing those like repairing houses. Oh, there you are. Good. We needed just an army like yours. Few archers to help a bit. This is not great. This is terrible. Oh no. Okay. And then we could expect to see them causing havoc at our base very soon. So perhaps you could try to catch them. Da 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 da. Okay, well this is good. And a few extra farms. What? Perhaps we could just try to sneak past. Very good. All right. So let's carry on with this. No, 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 no. For some extra time. Oh, if only we could do some damage. We need more food. And other things. Okay, don't go there, please. So our macro is again slipping a bit, but we will just have to think that it's going to be worth it. In the end. So fletching we need, yes. Of course. Well, these minute arms aren't too great. Perhaps we would like to get to the next age as well. And you could help there, if possible. So they have few knights, but only a few. But they are coming our way soon enough, so that's not very good. Oh no. We also have neglected some of the upgrades that would have made sense. Okay, well now we have fooled them. Cold White, need to go. Have a nice stream and good night later. Oh, likewise. Thank you for dropping by, and see you tomorrow perhaps on the field. Fields of Glory. Until we meet again. What do we actually want to do? Few spears to drop, to stop the knights. Sure. Then this is a very fancy tower to make them think twice about their lives. Nah. New archer range here. Very good. Are we ready to go up? Any day now. Okay. So they have some 7 knights. All right. We could try to produce some see. Camels of our own, that would make sense. Since that's the power unit that we have. As Gold White mentioned just a while ago. We don't need these people on gold. So what are they actually doing? Well, luckily they left the houses intact. Okay, so they're just walking past. Right. Extra damage. That's nice. So where did they go? Right. So we lost quite a few of the villagers that we didn't need to lose, but let's get some additional 150. Well, so everything's nice, but the fact that we don't have much. Oops. Going our way. Alright, few camels, few cavalry units, few houses if we can still afford those, and few extra woodcutters, please. So there's a castle happening, that's nice. Dun. Alright, so what do we do? Town center, why not? And another one. Just to give us some time. And perhaps few spears just in case. So ballista elephants are to be expected then. But what else? So there's the next wave of knights. Should we just try to produce monks? Run! Alright, so let's produce pikes and then drop a castle here first. Few more villagers. Oops. This is not going too well. I forgot to send the forces to help over there. And we need more people to collect all sorts of resources. Alright, somehow we will make this work. We will just have to hope. And now they are still focusing over here. So that's good. Alright, that's good. Oh no, this is not going to work. Alright. This is very good. So we need more villagers, of course. Very good. They're still focusing over here. And we don't care about those. So let's just run over here. No, not there. But here. And then in we go. You go there. You go there. Perhaps you could help your fellow citizens a bit. Now that you are still alive. Well, it was probably the best we could ask for, so I'm not blaming you. So more people on gold despite the fact that that's the most not needed thing that we have. Right. So could we try to kill some of the villagers now that we are here? So the castle will go up, but there will be price. A price for that. And some elephants will go down, so that's good. Let's stay in. Alright. So a few more villagers, why not? Alright, so how do they get back to the game this time? Because usually our opponents will find a way. So what is it? So we would like to get to the next age. How do we get there? We need less gold and more everything else. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, they also let these be. So do they have something out here on the map? We haven't even scouted too much, so there's a very good chance that that is the case. Run! Alright, well that's very good. Well, the elephant positioning wasn't great for them, and that's giving us a chance. Even though we lost. GG. Well, they didn't have too much going on. I think they had few misplays, but so did we, presumably. And we... Oh. So this is the play, this is the way Hindustanis are played, so I hope Cold White will watch the recording and make notes. I can understand why this is the favorite civ for who it wouldn't be with performances like this. So we had a similar amount of games so far. But I think the difference was that we were able to keep on producing, and I may have to adjust the chat a bit in some day in the future. Now that there's activity, I can also see that not everything is great. So thanks for that. Right? So we never made it to the Imperial Age. With the gold that we had, we could have, but we didn't. We could have bought our way there. But let's just take a quick look at their approach. So there was hunt. Where is our hunt? Here. That is correct. Especially after we noticed that there is no boar, we could have done what they did and mill the hunt if we wanted to scout with our scout and not push the deer. Or the ibex in this case. Instead of doing that, we milled the berries. Yeah, I was wondering about this, but I thought that they just had eaten the berries so fast, but it was because they had hunt, which makes sense. So quite similar idle TC time for both few minutes. Something that can be expected at this level. But yeah, actually houses are very important at this stage. They are not near to be, like, they are not going to be housed very soon, but being forced to add houses perhaps forces them to position them in the not very great places. But also these gathering points, they are positioned in a fashion that it would have helped their ego if they had paid more attention perhaps to that. Adding just or building the gathering points just one tile closer could be great. But now after seeing that they only had knights, if only we had patrolled. But then again, we had this second wave that we knew, since we knew that they were coming. They are fighting downhill. Still, we lost the spear way too early, but that's what you get when you don't micro. But yeah, so they are adding second town center now. They are 10 behind in villages. They have lost 4. So it would take a very great raid from them to be able to balance things out. Of course, they are 1 age ahead, so there's always a chance, since they could add more town centers. And we were lucky that we were able to pick this and delay this town center for a few minutes at least. And we got some villager kills for that too. And here we are getting some night snipes, even if we are losing army numbers ourselves. And we are 15 villages ahead, despite the fact that we have 4 minutes of idle TC time. They just have had way more, because they wanted to add knights. Perhaps they also needed to add knights. And now they are wasting time destroying T's when they should be doing a counter attack of sorts. Alright. And since they're adding farms, they don't have wood to add a town center. Not that our macro is very good either, so we don't need gold for anything, and we still have 9 villagers collecting more. it would be a sensible thing to add 10 monks, for example, because we saw the knights and we could expect elephants in the future. But that's of course something that we are not doing during the game. Perhaps in the future. And also they didn't locate the villagers, so we were able to sneak back to their base just in time. But these knights will get kills. So far we have lost 0 villagers, but it's going to change soon enough. And our pikes are a bit ill positioned. So 4 villagers just like that, because 6 knights attacked the farmlands. But then they didn't get an additional one. And they are constantly running with the knights, so it's very difficult. Okay. So then this was really good for us, because we got to delay their castle. We got what, 8 extra villager picks with this forward. We delayed their castle a bit. I'm not sure how much that affected. It took them some extra time to get to the elephants, but I also think the castle positioning, well, it secures the goals, and perhaps it was needed when we showed this forward. And if it wasn't for that, well, it would have been better to build the castle there, but they didn't have the army presence, so they couldn't. And then have a castle here on the hill would secure them from our continued aggression, but that they couldn't pull off. I'm happy that we realized not to build a castle next to the towns and the fire. Been there a few times too many already. And then we had just enough units to be able to kill 27 villagers. Alright, so they would have had almost the equal numbers of villagers if they hadn't lost so much to these raids. And now, because of the flags, this is a very pressing issue. And this went like I feel very lucky that even something simple like that could have worked. Must have felt terrible to play against this. When things just click in a way that you're trying to do the correct things, but then for some reason your units just die, and then your villagers die, and there's still some military unit is still breaking havoc. And here it's very close. If only the elephants were a tile to the right, they would still have the numbers and they would have delayed the castle. Of course, position wise, this was very difficult place to be in, because they had no villagers left. And when you have 3 castles in your face over the farms, it's very difficult to get back from that. But also, like, these very small things didn't go their way, so that's probably quite frustrating. But they played in good spirits, so very good. BK 13-24. Perhaps they were a tad slower player too, which of course affects when there is raiding happening. For example, all of a sudden it's not too great. Or it's not simple trying to build your eco and keep the villagers working and plan your next moves when there's this constant harassment ongoing in your base. But alright. Well, like games like this give me this feeling of hopefulness in a fashion that perhaps, like, if we manage to get by we I mostly mean me, if I manage to get like decision making and some slips when it comes to macro, like balancing eco, planning, or readjusting the plans, then there is a very good chance for climbing the ladder, because the previous opponent was, then again it's Saturday night, so could also affect some people's playing capabilities, not ours of course, but at least around here it's Saturday night. But still, sometimes the games can be quite one-sided, perhaps, because we were able to pull off something that's not very effective, as you could tell, since we were floating 5,000 gold that we didn't use. So that could have been invested into something. Even the arena game, we had the 5,000 food, so we could have had about 50 scout cavalry or light cavalries. That would have changed the game a bit if we had 50 scouts running around the field. So persons against Vietnamese. So if we are able to improve with those, then there's of course a very good chance that we could get ever more challenging games in the nearest future. Vietnamese. We as persons, of course, we get good cavalry. Our Townsenders work that fast that they have more HP, so there's no sense trying to douche us with their Townsender drops, for example. Not that anyone does that, but you never know. Trying to get some. Okay, but this is now the perfect time to try to practice our scouting game. So we have stone over there, that's very good. Our main goal is a bit forwardish. Safe stone on the back. And what else there is on the back? Perhaps, at least back-ish. And that's the second bore. Safe wood line, if need be, on the back too. The second one, and we lost. No, we called them back home. That is right. Lost nothing. Oops. Well, some idle time, but we can live with that. So we are still missing the second additional gold of ours because the stone is very awkward. Luckily that's only other stone. In Vietnamese we could expect archers from them. Would we like to play skirmishers then? Because we never do and they are still quite good. I should queue more villagers when given a chance. There's neutral cold. No, 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 run! Well, not the greatest, but not the worstest either. We will make this do. Okay, so where are they? Our plan, of course, is to try to rush them. Okay, so there's the main gold towns and they're very good. Safe. Berries. A nasty scout. Oh no, I thought we were on the top. Run! Okay, well, then this is terrible. Worst day of my life, and I thought I had seen them all. Just going to have to be really careful not to. Yes. Okay. Good. Worth the little idle time that we got from there. And what now? Back to scouting. We need more gold. And you could go there, perhaps. Oh no. And then you could go there. Okay, so one more villager. Let's see how it goes. So are they on their gold already? Doesn't seem like they are. Alright, few more. Yes, this is the perfect play. So they are going to play archers, of course. But it's alright. Let's add a few units over here. Let's try to find where their wood line is. So there's more gold if need be. Right.
آماده. سلام. علوف جمع کن. معدنچی. آری. علوف جمع کن. چوب‌بر.
آری میکنم آماده آری کنم
Stable.
آری کنم
Right.
فرمان حمله بجنگی آری
Then could we have a
معمار.
blacksmith?
چوب‌بر.
فرمان آری آماده فرمان آری کنم حمله آماده بجنگی آری آماده فرمان آری کنم حمله آری
Right, houses. So
معمار
3 houses, and then there you go.
سلام. معمار.
And I should be watching. Sorry.
بجنگی آماده
Even stone walls. Oh no. They're trying to. Okay. So they're trying to
آری.
fast castle,
آماده
and we wouldn't want that to happen.
فرمان
Boom, 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 boom.
آری میکنی حمله
All right. And we don't have enough farmers.
آری فرمان آری کنم
And so on they walled over here as well.
آماده آری
Some scouts. There's a hole. There's no hole. Okay.
آری حمله
Hey.
آماده فرمان
Right.
آری
Well, there's going to be a hole.
آماده آری
All right. So few extra farms. Boom, 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 boom.
سلام. معمار. معمار. معمار.
Like that.
آماده.
فرمان آماده آری میکنم آری کنم حمله فرمان کنم آری
Ah,
آماده
well, this is great. Okay.
آری کنم جنگی آماده حمله فرمان کنم آری
So we could benefit from stone walls. That's
آماده آری کنم
not unheard of.
فرمان
But still,
حمله
very daring.
فرمان
So in any case, they are now forced to stay in their base. So that's good. For a while at least.
آری. آماده.
Perhaps it would make sense to
آری
spread our forces a bit.
سلام.
آماده
There's a archer.
فرمان
There's more on the way soon enough, I reckon. So then the skirmisher play
آماده
that we promised.
سلام معمار چوب‌بر آماده
آری.
چوب‌بر سلام معمار
آماده. چوب‌بر.
So first some extra armor for these nice people, and then
آری.
more people on wood.
فرمان آری آماده آری کنم آری کنم آری
houses.
سلام معمار چوبور معمار چوبور
Okay, so how are we doing over here? Alive-ish? Not well, right? So they are wasting huge amount of wood on that. It's good. Okay, so you go there. Ooh, that's very nice. And then we could start the skirmisher production. That's a word. And perhaps some archers as well. So let's make it triple ranges. Alright, and in we go. So they have no upgrades as of yet, which is good for us. Run! We could go in there and kill that and carry on over there. Oops. Okay, well, things are looking up. They shouldn't have too much anything, I don't think. So they are still lacking the upgrades. Houses. What a nice problem to have. They're still doing the work over here. Okay. So they made it to the castle age, but does it do them any good? I'm not quite sure about that. Well, there's a chance that it does, so we should take them seriously for once, but we should not stop the pressure if we can keep on mounting that. Oh, right. Well, that explains why we didn't have the numbers that I expected that we had. Gathering points. People. Now we know. Okay. Let's run away and try to get rid of that then. So they are down there. Nothing at our base so far. Just passing. All right. So Breeze had to go. Well, this was nice feudal aggression, but it would have been more convincing if he hadn't forgotten about the units. So we had 10 or so standing idle when they were very much needed. So they even added 2 extra ranges. But they don't have a blacksmith, for example. Okay, so this is going to be a terrible game for them. That would have been a terrible game, I think. So their saving grace was to get to the next age and then hold on. But Breeze has only played 20 games so far and some 10 team games. So I feel you. Just like we were just half a year ago and 30 or so days ago, game days ago. But they knew the gist of the game because they had the means to take the scout fight and luring the boars, everything. Ton taking advantage of the hill, and here I'm misreading the elevation. But luckily this allowed us to get free pass, so they wouldn't get the intel. Now, would it have made sense for us to attack the woodlines instead? Perhaps. But still, driving them away when there's still 300 food or so left forces some extra farms, so take some wood away from them. And I'm not sure what was the play, so they don't have the blacksmith, so they created these scouts to do some early aggression. But then there's this horde of spearmen and we have forging, not the armor, so we have a solid villager lead despite some idle TC time, but we are Persians, so a little bit faster town center helps. And then we are able to destroy a house. They don't have too much wood. And the farms require food. They're still not taking the berries because we drove them away from that earlier. And was also the reason that they couldn't finish the wall, because they were lacking enough wood to make that happen. I'm just rewinding a bit to see if that was the case, that they ran out of wood when they were trying to build that. Sorry about that. Because it shouldn't have been a line of sight issue. Well, it's 3 wood a piece. Oh, it was line of sight issue. Sorry. My bad. And back we go. But yeah, now would be the time to do something with the scouts and with the archers, but there are so many things that they are trying to focus on simultaneously, like clicking up to the next stage. So, makes sense. Oh, they even were a bit late to do that. And now they have the army numbers, but we had upgraded skirmishers just in time. They are even trying to micro this, like, which is really cute, but they have some issues in their base as well. So I think there might have been more pressing issues than trying to micro with a handful of archers like they did. Simultaneously the scouts are here. Like if the scouts were there, then we wouldn't have been able to get this forward pressure, and if the archers were there, then this would have been easier to clean. But perhaps they were feeling that it was time to do some damage, and that was the risk they were willing to take, and now they are losing only 5 or so villagers, but also this is causing so much idle time. Now the house wall is destroyed, the scouts are lost, but they didn't need the scouts. Let's see if they do any upgrades. They have some resources, so they could upgrade the archers, for example, but they're just producing more archers. Still no blacksmith. But this is a really curious play, adding 2 extra archer ranges when you don't have the wood, you don't have any access to gold, and you still had the initial one here. But perhaps that was a desperation move. Few knights might have been a more safe bet to try to clean this army here. But yeah, they of course didn't know that we had invested more. Nice numbers here. Just 9 archers, 14 in the queue, and I thought that this was recklessly overwhelming, this 3 archer ranges play of ours, but no. Should have added a 4th one. Okay, well, this is nice. I watched a few games from Doubt yesterday, few days ago, few days apart perhaps as well, where he played aggressively in this all-inish manner that I'm very happy to witness by anyone. And then he mentioned that yes, so I could save the recording now. And then he mentioned that they were also really, or at least relatively fast player. It was just about how to split your attention, perhaps that made some difference here and there. But in any case, Doubt played it in an aggressive manner the few games that I watched, and mentioned how in the past people used to play like that, more or less. That the Hans Wars, what was it, 10 or 15 or 20 years ago? I wasn't there then. I've only read the stories and heard the rumors that people used to play with rams, for example, like we tried to. And the aggressive play was rewarded, and that's something that he mentioned that he's longing for these days, that you could play aggressively and win, when the standard way of playing these days, the way people are taught to play, is to secure their base first and make sure that the eco is up and running and play by the defense. And that's of course our weakness, so, and we are very vulnerable to that approach, as shown by the arena game that we had, where despite being aggressive for the better half of the game, we ended up losing once the defensive player started their push after reaching the composition and the upgrades that they were looking for. But in the ideal days of or dreams of doubt, and perhaps myself too, that wouldn't be as effective as it was. At least that's how I read it. And one of the things that I also agree, Gujaras against Koreans. Gujaras get what? Well, they must have some units. All right. We need a mill. So that's Gujaras. Yes, we will want to some reipa. Alright, so fast mill is the perfect approach. Yes. But this also means that we should be scouting with all the sheep, because of course we may be losing few if they are really daring, but why would they be? Because we are not eating them. So where is the extra sheep of ours? Ha! Dun, 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 dun. Oops. Well, there's always some idle time when you're trying to make magic happen, so... What can you do? Where are the extra 2 sheep then, or have we already lost them? They could be there. So we get some camels and what else? Bonus damage for mounted units. Military units cost less with the upgrade, and camel and elephant units are produced faster, right? As a side note, this music is just the greatest. Well, they could be there as well. So our scouting is not too great. Well. You could go there. You could go there as well. Yes. Alright. So what about their base then? So it seems that we have safe-ish stone. Not very good cold or stone positions, so perhaps it would make sense for us to try to play this in an aggressive manner to get enough. Alright. So let's try to play this in a similar manner as we did the previous one. So few militia just to test the waters a bit, and then we will take it from there. Luckily we have safe gold, because that's basically all we need. More or less. But where are they? This could be their stone cold. So there we go. We have few archers, few villagers in the queue already, so that's very good. So you there. How you? Aha! House close already. Gold miners. These people, even doing this. Took them a while to realize that they are fighting against men at arms, but archery range, alright. We have loom. Right. My mistake, sorry. Sorry. And back to work you go. And a second barracks. Oh, run. Right. And we should be producing more everything. Let's see, there's a small chance that they realized what's happening. Let's run away. Up. Double archer range. See, I forgot to produce more, so That's not the greatest. Dun, 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 dun. Right, so a few extra farmers. Very good. And there you go. So we were to... Oops. Well, too greedy with this approach of ours. But no worries, because we could, or we can always build more units of value, and in this case that means let's go there again. Some skirmishers, because they are going to show up near our base soon enough. There's a wall, there's a house, there's an overchop. They're just trying to make this last forever. And then in we go, and let's try to go there instead. Then a few houses. Perhaps a farm would be nice. Okay. In we go. There's a chance that their plays slipping a bit here as well. That it's not just us. But let's see. No, 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 no. All right. Well, we shouldn't have lost this many villagers as we did, but that happens sometimes. What can you do? And the enemy is very good. There's very little we can do. Of course. Alright, and then in we go. Back to work. That caused us quite much pain, of course, but we should be able to produce more. What do we want to do exactly? More wood cutting? Why not? Right, so they went back home. Good for them. So let's try to go in again.
नमस्ते
So are we far away from the castle age ourselves?
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
Is the question.
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું હું સમાર કામ કરનાર સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
And should we respect them? So we need more farmers, right?
આज्ઞા હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું સમાર કામ કરનાર કામ સમાર કામ સમાર કામ કરનાર છું હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
We could also use
તૈયાર
few additional
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર
upgrades. But how would we like to stop these from breaking havoc? So they are not following. Does this mean that they are attacking instead? Presumably. That is the expected reaction at least. Since they have been playing valiantly
આज्ઞા
up to this point.
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
Right?
નમસ્તે આज्ञा हाँ ठीक हाँ करूँ છું ठीक हाँ
Oh, but we don't have.
હું
Okay.
કરીશ. હું શિલ્પકાર છું હું કરું છું આज्ञा
You will carry on there. You we need there. Okay, so this time we are trying to be more clever than we have been in the past.
તૈયાર
Let's see if we manage to be that. Or lose trying.
આज्ञા સમજી ગઈ નમસ્તે हाँ हाँ ठीक
Okay.
નમસ્તે હું શિલ્પકાર છું
Okay, well, you will get rid of that.
हाँ હું કરું છું આज्ञा હું સમજી ગઈ
All right.
હું શિલ્પકાર
And then back to
છું.
work.
શિલ્પકાર છું.
And back to work you as well. And oops. More walls, just to
तैयार
make everything look neat.
कुशल कार्य
Oh, we could have presumably just
कुशल कार्य
stopped some upgrades of ours, but well, what can you do?
नमस्ते
No, 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 no.
कुशल कार्य
Okay. Very good. And back you go. And there you go. To safety. And now we are losing more than we actually would want to lose. But well, what can we do? So we need some people on cold. That would be preferable. Oh no, this is looking really bad now. So
नमस्ते
this is a very similar situation to the previous ones. I've been here so many times in the past. We just don't
आज्ञा
respect the pressure enough, and then we will lose to that. Like here, when we are just letting them wreak havoc here.
हूँ समझ गई
So what do we need? We need a catapult, of course. And is there some resources that we could try to benefit from? And back you go. So we need some, just some extra gold, not too much.
नमस्ते हूँ समार काम करनार छूं हूँ समार काम करनार छूं हाँ
But some.
आज्ञा समझ गई
'Cause now they're just... Ooh. Even planning on destroying our very dear home. Well, you may be able to do that, but you will never get our spirits. So adding houses.
नमस्ते तैयार
Few farms would be nice. Right. So what do? We would just fast imp.
नमस्ते
So we need 2 mangonels, perhaps. Could be better if we had even more, but all right. I forgot about you. Sorry.
आज्ञा करूँ छूं
All right.
हाँ
They lost a huge amount of units that they shouldn't have lost. That's fun. Alright,
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું.
let's send a few units over there.
હું લાકડ કાપું છું. ઠીક.
And then an extra mangonel, why not? And can we get some stone somehow? Oh, you are still idle. Sorry. It's been a very busy day.
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું. હા, હું બાળી છું. આજ્ઞા. હું બાળી છું. નમસ્તે. હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું. હા. હા, હું કરું છું. આજ્ઞા. હું સમાર કામ કરનાર સમજી ગઈ. આજ્ઞા.
Alright, and now we are back in the game.
નમસ્તે. આજ્ઞા. હું કરું છું. હું કરીશ. હું સમજી ગઈ. હું સમજી ગઈ.
Oh, we needed more of everything.
હા, હું કરીશ.
Oh,
હું કરીશ.
that's a nice try.
હા. હા, હું સમજી ગઈ. ઠીક. આજ્ઞા. નમસ્તે. હું કરીશ. હું બાળી છું. હા.
Alright. Well, GG. Thanks for your time. So, the 11. Good game. Yeah, so I think we should have been able to win the game. We just played this in a bit sloppy manner, and of course now we got a taste of what a real 1k player, some Reba in this case, could throw at our way. But so the villager high was slightly in their favor, but I think they like if we defended better, we had enough resources for a few monks, so we could have postponed this game a bit. So we'll just have to take a break, and then next time we will have more energy to play on. Hopefully, let's see. Well, I think that after the we didn't have to create men at arms after we saw the investment into archers, and or we should have defended with a tower perhaps next time. It would be no stupid thing to add a tower instead of running with the villagers. Perhaps I'll learn eventually to do just that, because we had a really nice gold and wood here, so adding a tower or perhaps two if necessary would have defended our base just enough against the archers that we could have carried on with our men-at-arms push. Because I think we did a rather good work here. We just were a bit all over the place. Again, too many people on gold. We didn't need gold for anything at this stage. And too few people on farms, for example, so we couldn't add as much pressure as we would have liked to. We were also late to add the skirmishers. We had all the nice upgrades here, but we didn't have the resources to actually produce, and then just like few archers are enough to kill handful of our villagers and idle the eco. So if we had the skirmishers in place already, that wouldn't have happened. And here I think we have a narrow window where we could make things happen. Like even now having skirmishers would be nice, but getting faster to the next age would be very important. And we are not defending too well or at all here. Losing villagers and the idle time is also great. And here I'm not paying attention. We should have moved the archers a bit and the men-at-arms a bit to the safety instead of losing them under the townsend. So they, in comparison, their army control was really good, because they haven't lost too many archers and they haven't let them die under the townsender, like constantly microing. I think the misplay of theirs, if there was one, was stopping this villager production. Like here, having just a few mangonels was enough to destroy a great deal of their army. Now I just should have also built a town center here, perhaps with these villagers, when we got the slight chance, and now losing these here is very painful. And now I'm not paying very good attention to the happenings on the map. Did they see that? No, they didn't. Okay, so there was gold there and there, so my scouting was underwhelming. I was expecting that this side would be empty, but we could have gotten a really nice source of gold from here if I had scouted that. And now, since they are not producing villagers, there was this game back mechanism in play, actually, despite all the losses, because all we had to do was, for example, drop a castle here, or defensive castle somewhere. So I would do wisely not to run around the map with the villagers, and also if we had the mangonel defense faster and also few priests to convert any knights that might approach us, that would be nice. But yeah, double barracks play didn't pay off this time, but eventually it will, and perhaps eventually means right after the break. So see you in a bit, and stay tuned for more if that's to your liking. Hold on now. Right. Be right back. Alright, thanks for sticking by. We are more or less back. Let's see if we can also get our gear up and running. Just a moment. Looks promising. Ah. Hello. We also have a cat aroundish. And later on we might have a cat cam, but it's going to take a few extra games before we reward us with the content like that. Here's a curious thing, like our previous opponent, they had really good micro, perhaps their macro was slipping a bit. Like they felt that the game was, like they will win with the army that they have. So no need to produce more villagers or something along those lines. But it's still very odd this, because they have played 150 games. And you would expect, so I would expect that someone who plays in such a professional manner, meaning doing all these quick walling things, trying to secure the resources with palisades and houses so that the melee units can't reach them, and doing all those nice little walls and microing the archers in a fashion like they did forward siege workshop right next to our production buildings, giving a statement that they would be somewhere higher than 1k. It's really curious thing to me, because on the other end we have people on around this level that are using the town bell, and that can't be the play. So what gives? Oh no. And here I was trying to be clever, and what happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you go there as well, but you get to see the world a bit. So Tower Rush 69, who could do anything but being Sicilians with such a name, would give me the idea that they're trying to get the Cassolates and then play with the siege rams. But could also be that since the perhaps they are true to their name and they will instead actually produce these dungeons that are next to towers, or Sicilian alternative to towers. So it would make sense for us to locate where they are perhaps getting stone and then prepare for the surgeons, because there might be a few of those coming or heading our way quite soonish. And then the curious question, we have stones gathered around our base. We are right next to the edge ourselves, so that's not very good. Oh, no. Okay. Let's see, so somewhere we should have a third. Oh no. Well, we will learn as we play. how to manage the herdables under the town center. Okay, so our map is quite bad in the sense that we have very scattered resources and most of them are forwardish. So what do we do? How come they haven't found all their sheep? Help! Well, there's one stone there, and then perhaps we could find the other one soon with the help of a sheep. Right. That's the second. On the next try now. A few on berries and too bad we lost the scout, but perhaps we could make use of their sheep, even if it's a bit lamish thing to do. Alright, sorry. Good. Okay, so one more villager and then up we go. Perhaps. Hopefully. Let's see about that. All right. And then what do we do? Few militias and what? So the stone. Perhaps we have spent enough of the sheep's time running around in the wild. Alright. Well, fair and square. They didn't necessarily see our barracks. Not that I think it would have made too much of a difference, perhaps. Oh no. So are they... Okay, so they have militia on the way, that's nice. Few farms, thank you very much. So where is the second stone then? It doesn't look like Tower Rush. Nice reaction though. unlike the reaction we had here. Right, because we need houses. Very good. Then you go there. You will be a farmer as well. Could we destroy that? Good. Now they have the dungeon of theirs. Alright. So that means that we are expecting the surgeons to arrive very soon as well. And they also know what they're doing. Oh no, they're destroying our source of cold. It's not nice. So how do we react to this pressure? Well, we could get some cold from here, but that's of course where they will be going as well. So let's not do that. We would need some stone, because as soon as they reach the castle age, they will be having these great sergeants. So no upgrades as of yet. Okay. Let's keep on producing then. So houses, you say? Alright, so where are the villagers is the next question. We care about the mill. We should, but we don't. That's the correct way to react to this. Let's go have a look at their base. Alright. So what's happening next is that they will be presenting themselves. Right? The dungeon. But do we care about that? We should, but we don't, as is our usual approach. Then we will just carry on producing. Alright, well this suits us well. because we can always produce more. Right? And then we will go to their base. Why did they surrender so fast? Was there something that went wrong with their play or something? Well, this is fun. Okay, so the men at arms is at the that were trapped didn't go down in vain, because it must have slowed down their gold gathering quite much. Let's see if we can take a nice screenshot of that. And they perhaps didn't realize that they lost that villager, but did they have additional ones over there? Well, perhaps this was more close to this 1k level than where they have a plan, and when that fails they call it quits because it's not fun to play anymore, or because they realize that they can't achieve whatever they were willing to do. I don't know. And does this mean that we should also resign faster? I don't like the sound of that, so hopefully not. Because it felt that they had few tricks up in their sleeves. So they didn't find a sheep. Just where? Or did they just... Oh, they were scouting with the sheep when we found it. Is that possible? I was thinking that they just never found... Oh, right. So the sheep was returning home. Right. Okay. And here I was thinking that they weren't scouting, and then they are pushing the deer and missing the sheep ever so slightly. And I was thinking that they are already scouting our base or something, trying to lame. But no, that wasn't the case. They were just hungry. And there is the second stone. We were quite close, right? Let's see. So here's the sheep of ours. No, no, no. Okay, well, we weren't all too close. Then they lost their scout to the town center. There's the 3 militia push. We could have followed that. I think they created way too much havoc. We could have killed them with 10 villagers or something. Or we could have produced the men-at-arms faster than we did. Because now we are giving them quite much of an edge. Since here I was thinking that we should try to get the castle age fast, or try to think of something to do, but in the end it seems that only 1 man-at-arms was enough to keep them on their toes. And here they are long distance gold mining because they trapped our 2 men-at-arms there. Here's the dungeon, but that didn't matter too much because we already had all the gold that we needed, and luckily we just killed the men-at-arms, so we could we saw when the dungeon went up, so we didn't lose villages there. Now we are even in villager numbers. They have 1 here still, and then that's killed, and So what's the... They are slow to click up. So they are now trying to rush the second building. So perhaps they forgot about the market because this was so hectic, all this microing here. So they forgot to add a market. They couldn't click up. They are gathering resources, and then I don't know if they realized that this is very terrible. They could always build a new one, a new mining camp. They could destroy a house to make it work. But perhaps they decided that this was way too difficult to get any position from here. To which I would like to disagree, because it was quite even. Resources collected was in our favor. Yes, but once you get Sicilians and these surgeons and castle age surgeons that can build dungeons, it's very difficult to keep on defending against that, in my opinion. But perhaps their plan was thwarted in a sense that like little things went wrong. They lost 3 villages that they didn't want to lose, and they weren't able to do any damage with that, and then they are about to lose the forward dungeon before they get to the castle edge. So perhaps that was the thing that they were worried about, that they would only have this defending one here, defensive one. And it's still a few minutes ago afar, because their macros slipped a bit. So perhaps that's the explaining factor here. Don't know, but would make sense to me at least. They were also very fast. And perhaps that's the like worrying factor when you are very fast and you are playing well on some fronts, like microing with your man at arms and trapping our aggressive infantry units with houses and then killing them with a dungeon. But did they want to build a defensive dungeon to begin with? Not necessarily. Perhaps that delayed their push by a few minutes or so. And then they had this long distance cold mining that they didn't realize, perhaps. And then they had the resources to click up a few minutes before they had the buildings a few minutes earlier. So perhaps that was a disaster of a game, and they didn't want to try to pull it through, even though they would have won, of course. But now we didn't learn how to actually play against that. I think early aggression would make sense, but Celts, at least we got right. We got Mayans, so that's nice. So a few houses, and then we could do some scouting. Let's not be too aggressive with that this time. Mr. Kettlebomb also hopes that we are having the times of our lives. So we should. So Celts, will they drop a castle in our face and take it from there? Probably. At least it wouldn't be too surprising if they did. And can we try to prevent them from doing that? Perhaps. And will it be Castle Age play? Castle Age castle. Let's stone.
Justinban. Utska. Tabish. Justinban.
Cannel. Tabish. Cannel. Cannel.
Justinban. Tabish.
Canne.
Ashike. Utska.
Shade.
Cannel.
Justinban.
Right, we could do some scouting while we are here. Wouldn't that be the play?
Tabish. Justinban.
Ashike.
You could also do some chopping.
Utska. Ashike. Justinban.
Tabish.
Ashike.
Oh, that's the deer.
Justinban.
Stay for a while.
Justinban.
Alright, that's tolerable. Not very good, but tolerable.
Ashak. Justinban. Ashike. Share. Ashak.
Boom. Actually,
Tabish. Ashik. Cannel.
I'll just probably help by going over there.
Share.
Tabish. Utska.
Faster!
Ashike. Erika. Ashika. Adu. Ashi.
Justinban.
Share.
Ashikeri. Ashti.
Utska.
Adu.
Justinban.
Tabish. Justinban. Justinban.
Tabish. Cannel.
Justinban.
Shade.
Ashi.
Justinban.
Tabish.
Kokaya. Tabish. Justinban. Utska.
Alright, let's then do some scouting and stop the
Tabish.
idleness that we are so good at. At playing idle. Makes sense. Who wants to be an idol?
Ashike. Atuts. Share. Cannel.
We also have the...
Share.
Okay, so let's build an additional house, shall we?
Tabish. Cannel. Share. Tabish. Molonel. Ashike. Erika.
Perhaps you could fetch that.
Atuts.
Very good. Few extra villagers and
Ashike. Cannel. Erika. Justinban. Molonel. Cannel. Utska. Cannel.
Atut.
Atuts. Yerin. Tabish. Share. Cannel. Atut. Cannel.
what are we up to?
Asha. Molonel.
Oh, their base seems to be quite vulnerable, so that's good for us.
Share.
So perhaps we could try to do some early aggression.
Tabish.
That's a very good idea as always. And then take it from there. You have a snoring cat situation, which is very cute. No complaints from me.
Atut. Asha. Asha. Molonel. Share. Molonel.
And then up,
Atuts.
perhaps few on cold.
Asha. Kasama. Ashike.
And
Ashike. Justinban.
so their stone is over there.
Justinban.
Oh, they have huge walls. Okay, so they're not going to prevent us from
Kokaya.
hopping over those walls if we so decide to do. So could that be the play?
Shade.
Tabish. Share.
Molonel.
Tabish. Molonel.
you could move here,
Ashi.
so we could do some. Wood cutting work.
Ashike. Ashak.
Tabish. Adut. Molonel. Ashter. Kasamash.
Let's try to omit this. Eco upgrades, as we are very talented at doing as well. And what we need is just a few
Molonel.
spearmen out on the fields. And then we will need a few
Ashike. Ashak. Molonel.
blacksmith, very nice idea.
Sha. Kayashe.
Hello. And almost dead they are.
Tabish.
Ashter. Ashter. Ashter.
Share.
Let's build a few farms and then
Atut. Ashike.
what?
Tabish.
We still need resources for a second building of ours.
Ashike.
Kokaya.
Share.
Kayashe.
So the scout is dead, which
Tabish.
would mean that we have some sort of free way to,
Ashter.
Share.
or free path which
Ashi.
to
Ashak. Tabish.
carry on with the aggressive play of ours.
Ashike.
Perhaps we could add even a third spear. One more villager.
Ashike.
Still have some
Share. Shashiba.
wood.
Ashak. Atut.
Ashike.
Ashak. Ashak. Ashi.
Right, one more villager and then up we go.
Share. Ashike.
Hopefully,
Atut.
quite sure.
Tabish.
Utska. Utska.
Ooh, house walling. That's nice.
Shade.
So they have stone here and there, so this would be the greatest place ever to build a castle.
Tabish. Molonel.
So let's try to make that happen.
Share.
Ashike. Keri. Kasamash.
Ashike. Utska. Ashike. Kasamash.
And then we could try to save some resources like this. Few archers would be nice.
Adut. Ashter.
Tabish. Ashak.
Now some eco upgrades. Alright,
Share. Chastimban. Keri. Kasamash.
so is this enough?
Tabish. Molonel. Kasamash. Yashtimban. Utka. Ashike. Kasamash. Ashike.
Ashike.
If
Kasamash.
you go there and you go there. Very good. A few extra villagers to get some gold, why not?
Atut. Share.
We don't have too many
Ashike. Utska.
things left.
Ashika. Kasamash. Atut.
Right.
Tabish. Ashak. Kasamash.
Shade.
We don't quite have enough,
Tabish.
but it's not far off.
Share. Kasamash.
Alright, so here we go.
Ashak. Chastimban. Ashak. Share.
Perhaps a few pikemen and archers to secure that if possible, because it's a risky endeavor if I ever saw one. What?
Tabish.
Yashtimban. Ashter.
Well, I ordered them to take the funny road, so
Ashak.
perhaps it's my fault that they did.
Ashak. Ashak. Shot it.
Well, they are probably adding eco if everything's going as we hope
Shot it.
that things are.
Molonel. Ashike. Kerim. Kasamash. Tabish. Shastimban. Shutska. Shot it.
Right, well, they are doing buildings of their own, so that's obviously not good.
Ashak. Ashak. Ashike. Shastimban.
Well, actually, that was
Tabish.
unnecessary.
Tabish.
An unnecessary act. Alright, and then we will want to get the siege tower up and running. Now they know where we are coming from, and we would like to get more people to act as farmers.
Ashike. Shastimban.
We'll get here, please.
Shot
Right.
it. Tabish. Ashike. Shot it.
So they have a castle of their own, and it's probably right here. Right. And that was that. But luckily we have new approaches we could try to benefit from.
Ashak. Kasamash. Ashak. Kasamash.
Shade. Ashsea. Ashsea. Kasamash.
So perhaps these archers are still a good play.
Ashike.
Let's see. Let's see if we are able to destroy that.
Tabish.
And now we don't know if they are out on the fields already. Murder holds just in case.
Ashike.
Few plumed archers. We don't really need forging for anything, but well, that's what we get.
Shot it.
All right. So things are looking up,
Shade Kasamash.
as never mentioned before.
Ashike. Kayashe. Justin Ban. Gogaya. Justin Ban. Kayashe. Gogaya. Tabish. Kayashe. Justin Ban.
Let's see what's over there.
Justin Ban. Kayashe. Utska. Shade.
Good.
Tabish. Kayashe. Gogaya. Kayashe. Utska. Gogaya. Justin Ban. Kayashe. Utska. Utska. Justin Ban.
Okay, so we have a huge hope.
Tabish.
Huge number of people doing the wrong things, but we can make that work.
Ashike. Gogaya. Kayashe. Shade. Kayashe.
Well, murder holes is the play here.
Tabish. Ashike. Justin Ban. Koshone. Kasamash. Shade. Justin Ban.
Alright, and then just in we go.
Tabish.
And
Kayashe.
that was easy. Alright, so I'm glad to see that this worked. Okay, so they had few petards, and what were they supposed to do with that? Get through the walls and hit our own eco. That would have been a clever play, because they thought that they had this thing in a secure enough state. Alright, so murder holes and having just a few villagers here was the play. So forward university, write that down. That's nice. And oh so close castle edge timing as well. So did they then run out of map position, or what was it that made them resign? Well, they didn't have any military left, and we found their petards, so, or petards, so in this case could have been either one. 4 houses already. They are not messing around. The mill can't be the greatest, but it's probably still efficient enough. Well, this was really hostile, this map of theirs. And in retrospect, we could have also... Did we see the gold? We should have shown that. So... shift right click. That's... There has to be another way, but I'm just not aware of that. Oh yeah. Oh no, okay. So there's one tile difference. So we didn't know that their main gold was there as well. That would have defended the argument of building the castle even closer here. But also we didn't quite see the secondary gold of theirs. With this great scouting of ours. Even with this great scouting of ours. Okay. So what did they know then? They knew about our base, yes, but nothing about the buildings. They had lost the scout to a spear, so they knew that we had feudal age spearmen. 11 seconds vital time. That's quite good. 8 villages in the queue. Here's the castle. So it could have been right across the walls as well. I thought that it would not be visible, but I presume it is if there's a gate. Let's see, it takes some time before our villagers finally get there. So this could have been a very great castle over here. Now they had just enough stone to build a castle of their own. Just out of the reach of ours currently. And then we should have known that the castle is going to be there, so we could have dropped the units here, for example. But silly mistakes, like when we saw the wood raider, we should have known, is what I'm saying. And here they are doing the Celts power play. Now presumably, if they had ignored this push here and just if they had done what I presume they were planning on doing, which would have been to hop onto the rams and then get to our walls and then breach them, then do we get a hit? Not even close. But we are able to destroy a ram or two, and I'm not using the castle to target fire correctly. I should have used the hotkey for the castle, because there were so many situations where it would have made sense and it would have helped us. And also this siege tower was lost for no reason. But yes, so this was the greatest. Because now their initial army is dead, even though they still have superior eco. They are not going to get rid of the castle, because we still have the means to... 10 wood raiders in the queue. They are so cheap. Their eco is of course very good. It's flying, because we don't have anything against or like anything that's harassing their eco. And we are constantly housed and whatnots. Also spending time and resources here, repairing the castle and securing this. So here comes the petards, and now... Oh, but they only have one castle and they're producing petards, and also the wood raiders from there, so it takes some time of course to get all those. But yeah, so they had wasted huge... There's the town bell. That tells you that this is still 1k ELO that we are playing at. But so they lost some 3-4 rams, 20 or so wood raiders to the castle. That didn't really do too much in its current state, so perhaps it would have made sense to instead just ignore the castle and roam their way to the base of mine. Now we would have had enough stone to build a castle, a defensive one as well, at least if we rushed that. But now they are again rammed down. The petards are seen. 30 wood raiders already. And we got the archers in their eco. And now they had very little against that. Okay. So they wouldn't have an access to gold. They are floating wood. But since they have no good access, they could still be taking the stone, but not for long, since we could try to run past here. Okay. Well, this was a really nice attempt. I don't know if it was like if the idea was to use these against the castle, but I would vote against that, but instead destroy our walls and get into the eco of ours, which was luckily double secured with these back walls. But yeah, that we were ill prepared for that. So if they didn't throw their army here, but instead went straight into our base, I don't know if we had resources to prevent that from making major damage. So this was a risky play by us, and I think the point where we were throwing the game was when we dropped this group of units over the walls while we were quite sure that if they have a castle it's going to be there. We just didn't see it, so we could have also dropped just one villager or unit over the wall first and then move and rotate and attack from here, because that would have at least spread their focus a bit. And if we had a drop-off point which wasn't protected by the castle, then they would have been in a very ill position, I think. But then we threw away the 5 or so military units that we had at that stage, and all of a sudden they had a chance. But they weren't the fastest, or they weren't feeling the fastest, so perhaps that also played a factor here. So we were able to get some damage in that wasn't to be expected, perhaps. Or we can't expect that to happen in every game. But that is cool. Getting a win on Arena is not something that happens all too often. But when it does, it's usually against an opponent that uses Town Bell, so I'm waiting to see if we ever reach the level where people don't use that anymore. Because now we of course have some opponents who don't need that because they are so fast even without it, but I think it's still more often than not heard if we are able to play an offensive game at all. But alright, good things. So we managed to get enough of a map presence so that we were first to build a castle, and it was strategically well placed, because we got their neutral stone and also made it that much more difficult for them to access their main stone and gold too. And with the initiative it was enough. Well, perhaps they had to focus on the castle to get rid of the siege workshop so that we don't destroy their siege workshop that was right next to the walls that we pushed with our Dravidians, with our Mangonel. So perhaps that played a factor in their decision making. No. So you would perhaps go there right away, but you... So if we play this crude wishes that we have fun as well, which is nice. Yeah, but in any case, we could try to play this in an aggressive manner, and so we get wood when we advance ages, which is good. Barracks technologies are cheaper, so it's very much expected that we would open barracks. Whereas Saracens, they used to have very good archers. This is a terrible wood line. We'll take it. Because we are daring in that fashion. Up. And perhaps you could do some scouting over here and there. Good. And 2 extra piggies are here somewhere. And what else is there for us to know? Let's get the boar in. Timing's the greatest. Ah, not anymore. Wasn't the greatest lure, but it was a lure nevertheless. Why would their scout be here already? Right, so it's loom o'clock. And then hopefully we will get enough. Right. Food for additional villager, as we did. Okay, well this was way better. Extra villages could go there. Then where is their town center? Alright, then we are housed. So build an additional house, please. And then are we ready to go up? That would be the greatest. Okay, one more time. And some gold. And at least they're perfect. Feudal age, sorry, perfect dark age is prevented by this, but so is ours. So let's build a
அப்படியே
barracks any day now.
ஏய் கட்டுவேன்
Good.
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
And then surprise them with archers. Okay, so their main goal is there. There's a villager, and what is it up to? Just passing, alright. So, not towers. Who would do such a thing?
நான் தயார்
So, boom.
என்ன கட்டளை அப்படியே கணமே போகிறேன்
See the back of their base if we have a chance to do such a thing. So archers we were supposed to do, and it's happening right after these messages here.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை சரி ஐயா
So there's a wall. Oh no. The game is going to last forever.
என்ன கட்டளை சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
They have wood line on the back.
சித்தம் சரி ஐயா
Alright.
சரி முன்னேறு தாக்கு
And then Alright, so they're rushing an archery range, which is nice.
உங்கள் சித்தம் ஆயுதத்தை எடு என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை கணமே போகிறேன்
Perhaps we would be wise to add some
ஏய் கட்டுவேன்
villages of our own.
கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே
We will take care of that.
என்ன கட்டளை முன்னேறு சரி சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே எடு இந்த கணமே என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் ஐயா
Oh, that was too bad.
கணமே போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா அப்படியே உங்கள் சித்தம்
Right. Houses, right.
சரி சரி ஐயா சரி ஐயா உங்கள் ஆயுதத்தை எடு என்ன கட்டளை கணமே போகிறேன் சரி சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் கட்டளை முன்னேறு சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் தாக்கு சரி ஐயா சரி அப்படி ஆயுதத்தை எடு கட்டளை அப்படியே இந்த கணப்படி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் தாக்கு சரி ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி சரி ஐயா கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
Well, the macro is slipping a bit,
சரி ஐயா கணமே போகிறேன்
but the idea is sound.
முன்னேறு உங்கள் சித்தம் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை கணமே போகிறேன் ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு சரி ஐயா சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு சரி ஐயா சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே அப்படியே இந்த கணமே அப்படியே கணமே கட்டளை சரி அப்படியே சரி ஐயா என்ன கட்டளை சரி இந்த சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் உங்கள் சரி ஐயா
Okay, so what do we do? Second archery range. Of course, few extra houses.
கட்டுவேன் மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
Splendid idea.
என்ன கட்டளை ஆயுதத்தை எடு சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
Right, then to the wood line we go.
கணமே இந்த சரி ஐயா
And oopsie, sorry about that. So we need resources, and how do we get resources? Perhaps we could try to give up some of the things we have queued.
இந்த கட்டளை கணமே அப்படியே கணமே அப்படியே கணமே போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி சரி ஐயா
Forging would be nice.
இந்த கட்டளை சரி ஐயா கணமே போகிறேன் சரி அப்படியே கணமே
You go there.
பாய்ந்து தாக்கு சரி சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் உங்கள் சிறிய கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் அப்படியே சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே முன்னேறு என்ன கட்டளை ஐயா
Alright, well this is working nicely, even though this is not perfect by any means.
ஏய் என்ன கட்டளைவேன்
சரி கட்டுவேன்
Oh,
நான் கட்டுவேன் சரி கட்டுவேன்
நான் தயார் கட்டுவேன்
என்ன கட்டளை
உங்கள் சித்தம் கணமே போகிறேன் கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி
so they are adding skirmishers of
சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி
various sorts and what else.
என்ன கட்டளை கணமே போகிறேன்
So you go there.
கணமே போகிறேன்
Good. And extra farms
கட்டுவேன் ஏய்
for you and for you, why not?
என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த சரியை பாய்ந்து தாக்கு உங்கள் சித்தம் சரியா ஆயுதத்தை எடு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் ஆயுதத்தை எடு முன்னேறு சரி என்ன கட்டளை சரி முன்னேறு ஆயுதத்தை எடு சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை
Okay, well they must be losing quite many units. Even if we are losing as well, we shouldn't add too many archers to this
சரி
play as it currently is, but
சரி
well,
கட்டுவேன்
just couldn't resist.
கட்டுவேன்
Right, so there you go.
கட்டளைவேன் சரி
Farm, please. And one there, why not?
கட்டுவேன்
ஏய் என்ன
There as well, and yes. Very good.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை ஆயுதத்தை எடு சரியா பாய்ந்து தாக்கு இந்த கணமே சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரியா என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
No, okay.
இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரியா பாய்ந்து தாக்கு
So no upgrades.
இந்த சரியா ஆயுதத்தை எடு கணமே போகிறேன் உங்கள் சித்தம்
Can be seen currently.
சரி முன்னேறு என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே சரியா இந்த கணமே உங்கள் சித்தம் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரியா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
Right.
சரியா முன்னேறு ஆயுதத்தை எடு முன்னேறு என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் பாய்ந்து தாக்கு ஆயுதத்தை எடு கணமே போகிறேன் பாய்ந்து தாக்கு சரியா முன்னேறு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் பாய்ந்து தாக்கு அப்படியே உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி சரியா அப்படியே என்ன கட்டளையா முன்னேறு அப்படியே சரியா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
Still nothing in our base, that's good.
நான் தயார்
Few extra farms would be nice.
தயார் கட்டுவேன் ஏய்
Ooh!
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Why would you be collecting any stone, huh?
என்ன கட்டளை சரி முன்னேறு சரியா அப்படியே கணமே சரியா என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே சரி சரியா என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
So houses.
கட்டுவேன்
Few houses like this and then we could move there. Oh,
உங்கள் சித்தம் கணமே போகிறேன் சரி என்ன கட்டளை சரியா சரியா கணமே போகிறேன் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
So should we add additional barracks? Would probably make sense as well, but we will get there. In any case, they should have lost so many villagers already. Run! Okay, would this be the game now? Or do they still have some tricks in their sleeves? Well, we could probably try to finish this. In the feudal age, if we really put our minds to it. So that's their castle age now. Where are our... So what are we doing? Well... Oh! Hello. If only we had more people on board. Would indeed be really nice. There's a town center. Saracen's Market. Would that be the way for them to get back to the game? Let's toy with them a bit. So a few extra farmers. Do we have all the upgrades? No. So what else do they have besides that? Oh, houses. There you go. So there's a stable. Nothing in our eco as of yet.
கட்டுவேன் 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 மரம் வெட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன்
New blacksmith, that's nice. No, don't go there. Alright, let's just carry on doing what we have done so successfully in the past as well. So let's see what they are doing with the stable then. Right, more villagers. Alright. Do they have anything else besides that? Oh, so here's the horde of knights. And is it enough? Oh, that's the true test. They still don't have the upgrades. Alright. Right, you need more houses. Misplaced. We're done. And then the rest of you will go to the cold. Okay. And where are the knights then? Okay, so in you go. Oh, did they go there? Good. Alright, so some archers could go there perhaps. So let's see if they have something else scattered around the map that we are not aware of. So there's the new market. We should be able to deny them from having. And what else?
சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கட்டளை இந்த கணம் சரி இந்த கணமே முன்னேறு உங்கள் சரி ஐயா என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் ஆயுதத்தை இந்த கணமே என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே ஐயா
What the fuck, really?
சரி ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை எடுத்து தாக்கு என்ன கட்டளை சரி ஐயா முன்னேறு இந்த கணமே சரி ஐயா இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
I am thinking likewise.
இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி இந்த கணமே இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை
So what do we need? There's of course more villagers. Oh, we don't really need more on gold, but there's no harm in doing that.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை எடு சரி ஐயா முன்னேறு சரி சரி முன்னேறு உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி அப்படியே கணமே இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன ஆயுதத்தை எடு உங்கள் என்ன கட்டளை சரி ஐயா முன்னேறு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சரி இந்த கணமே சரி ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை எடு ஐயா உங்கள் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் முன்னேறு சரி
Alright, so on the last round we found no sign of them having any
ஆயுதத்தை எடு முன்னேறு பாய்ந்து தாக்கு
SKPs anywhere, but
உங்கள் சித்தம்
probably doesn't hurt to have a second look. Oops. And we should be a little bit more careful with the little units that we have. Presumably. We should be in a position where we could just keep on producing units without taking too many losses, but perhaps we need few more people on wood lines too, because we are a little bit wasteful with this. So auto scouting a bit. The castle is probably going to go up. So what do we do after that?
சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை
Okay, well this is fun, but this is also very frustrating. I can presume, since of course you are not supposed to lose to any feudal aggression. So that castle was denied, but what happens now? We still have units in the queue. We have some.
என்ன கட்டளை நான் தயார்
சரி இந்த கணமே போகிறேன் சித்தம்
And we also have some idols. That shouldn't be the case, but that is the case. And you could go there as well. And oh, right. So did they go there instead? We should probably go take a look. Since it would make sense. Even the bears are against them, which cannot feel too good. Alright, so we need more horses, we need more archers. So shit game, really. Oh. Sorry. Did not mean to turn this into a shitty game. No professional. Alright. Thanks for letting me know. And thanks for playing, nevertheless. Have fun, idiot. No fun, no, really, no professional. Well. Doing my best. Hope you have a better one next one. Bye. So Groot didn't appreciate our approach. But why was that the case? So they have played 900 games. And this approach didn't didn't seem good to their perspective. which is too bad. Since that's what we have been trying to improve with. Have fun, said Groot, but then we had no fun, or let them had no fun. We even lamed their scout when they were trying to push the deer, which is very no fun. So perhaps perhaps they still remembered that. Of course they... What? Did they steal our pig? Our scouting pig. It's a single pig, so either we have stolen theirs earlier. And I didn't even know this. Yeah. So here we are scouting, minding our businesses. Da 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 da. But if we stole their sheep, then I understand. I should do a count. Sorry about this, but it's only been 4 minutes, so just want to make sure whether we lamed them. No, that sheep can't be theirs. Okay. So they had their sheep here and there. Okay. Well, that's good. I was afraid that we lamed their sheep and then we killed their scout when they were trying to push the deer. And then we started this feudal age aggression that never ended. That would have been the worst. But here they tried to attack our villager, so that gives me some condolence. And now while the scout is running away, there's some idle time. Oh, they were waiting for the boar. That's alright. But this is probably something that... Oh, we were just very lucky to run away just when the 1000 was approaching. But I don't know if, like, was their build really dependent on the deer, and that's why they risked it, despite all the hardship. Well, I can understand that it's very unsportsmanship-like, not professional to kill your opponent's scout. But what else is there? So here's the walls. Men at arms. They have a slight villager lead. And as soon as they get the market, I presume they are using that a lot. So they are floating wood. As it currently stands, they have lost 3 villagers, but are only 1 villager behind, or they are even this stage. They are playing with skirmishers as is to be expected, but they should have tools at this stage. But they only have 1 archer range, 1 barracks. We don't have... Oh, we did add the 2nd archer range too. Just to get enough of the numbers. Right. Like the fact that they didn't give up, like here fighting against the men-at-arms, and like it seems that they are constantly expecting that the wave like this is the last wave. That there is not going to be much more aggression after this is dealt with. But already there are 10 villagers behind. Of course, the idle TC time for us is even greater because of all the macro slips. But then if they had a build in their mind, then like noticing that the town center is idle and that you haven't clicked on the next age, even though it's 20 minutes, might happen because people have build orders. Then you can tell that your TC has been idle by those like tidbits alone, whereas I don't watch the time too often, so there's still. And here's the moment of peace, but they are expecting that to last, whereas we are doubling down currently. And since they have skirmishers, we don't expect them to move out ever, so we are free to harass their eco with our skirmishers and off men-at-arms here and there. Yeah, but they probably felt that since they had defended quite well, of course they have lost 15 villages, which is not a small number. But perhaps they are still expecting that this feudal aggression is not producing enough, and they still have Saracens market. So as soon as they get to the point of having that, building a market with 9 villagers, which is very doubt thing to do. I've understood, but not using it right. Okay. Then trying to get gold, but what do they do with the gold? Alright, they clicked up. Makes sense. Huh. They even overdid that a bit, but perhaps that was a misclick. Shifting when they didn't mean to, or something. Alright, the resources collected, there's quite huge difference now. We have double the villagers. And we also have all the eco upgrades that have a meaningful purpose in the game. But yeah, so we could have clicked up. I think it could have been the professional play. And we were slow to add the scouts. So here's the second town center. And does it feel like they have a chance now? Perhaps they feel like that. And there's not too much army presence, only 12 units in total. And some of them are taking buildings that don't make any difference. But even like having a crossbow here could be useful, because we haven't shown too many skirmishers as of, well, we still have a few on the build. They don't have any upgrades because they don't have the blacksmith. Right. But these are really dicey. Like, we are so often so close of losing the army presence because of the town centers, which do quite much damage even if we don't have, even if it doesn't have the fletching. When it's garrisoned with 15 villagers, then it packs a punch. Then here's the stable, few houses, adding knights, buying and selling for good. There's the blacksmith, and do we see some upgrades? We don't have any resources for upgrades. Alright, Well, perhaps one day I will also learn how this is supposed to be played. But now we still have double the villagers, even if we have had, well, 7 minutes of idle TC time, which is quite much because we only have one townsender, so we should pay attention to it, but still less than they are having. But the knights are lacking upgrades, so they did fletching to make those more powerful. Oh, there's a slight misplay with the stand ground command and not noticing what's happening. So this is their comeback mechanism over here. So they have 4 knights on the field. No upgrades, so the blacksmith was not used. If they had any upgrade, that would have helped quite a bit. And here we are trickling with the units, not fighting. Yeah, because we wanted to get rid of the market. 33 HP. So hit points left. So we almost did it. And here microing with the knights. But the score is quite even. So even though we had 30 military units, thanks to the fact that they have killed so many of our units, this still looks quite even, at least like from what I can read from the score, because of course having 1000 score difference is quite huge, but that's also because we have queued up, so the score drops when we start producing something. So we have 800 food in the queue, plus 500, we have few thousand resources in the queue, and that's also the reason why it's only 1000 difference in the score. Now here's the what the fuck really moment. This looks perhaps quite a bit like an AI army, since we are using all the units that are available. Save for the spearman. I think we lost all of them and haven't produced more. Oh, we didn't, and we are trying to produce, but they are in the long queue. So coming up next. And using the market to balance the eco, but having scarcely anything to... Well, now this is not fun to play against when there are these archers positioned around the map like this. And now they only have enough resources for a castle. So that wouldn't have changed too much, because we already have quite large advantage. But it would have made our push that much harder. Of course, we could have killed that with the melee units. It just would have taken some time. So all they have is few houses, and oh, here's the dream. But this is just like, even with house walls, then you have few archers, and even when you are able to use the Townsend fire to protect, it still takes some time for the units to die. Few volleys to kill a scout, and then there's more coming. 28-minute arms. So this wasn't a fun game to play, but they decided to stay in the game nevertheless. But is it also because the score is now looking quite close? We have used most of our resources. We have queued up 30 units, or 40 if we count the villagers as well. And how long did it take for us to notice that something is amiss? So we are doing our very great macro plays over here, but alright, so half a minute or so. And then there's no room for a town center because it's so uneven. And our lucky scouting archer was able to find them. And then there's the scout. And all the while 108 kills, 134 kills on that one. Alright, perhaps I should have asked what would have been the nicer way to play the game, and would that have involved us getting to the castle age, perhaps, and then castle dropping, because so shit game is not a nice feedback to get. No fun, no, really, no prof. Have fun. Perhaps that's how I also react when I'm overwhelmed with units. It's nice defensive attempt, and also with the knights. Perhaps if they had tried to harass our eco, not with the few knights though, we could have killed them with villagers. So perhaps the shittiness stemmed from the fact that it took them quite some time to realize that they are in a losing position, which is something that happens to us very often as well. That only after realizing that there's this 5k score difference and I'm still in feudal age do I resign and then watch the 4 TC boom that my opponent has built before clicking up to the imperial age. And then it feels not nice, since the game has been an uphill battle for most of the duration, most of its duration. But could be that it was like it all perhaps started with the laming scout when they were just trying to push their deer. So that was probably the unsportsmanship, unprofessional play, and then it just went downhill from there. But they were also very fast, at least at times, just like we. So it didn't that didn't make too much of a difference here. Yeah, so this is perhaps something that the AI might build. I think 166 units. But when they left the security of their base, they had no resources actually to make anything happen, so they just ran. Alright. Okay. Well, perhaps that was due to the fact that this was so unprofessional game that they just wanted to postpone the inevitable for some time. But GG, thanks for the time in any case. Okay, short break and then the last stint, I presume, is soon to follow. More of the same will be happening, presumably, since feudal age is our strong age, and then it gets worse after that. Stay tuned for more. And hello, hello, we are back. Only just thought that we were lucky that the previous time, in the previous stream that we had a couple of weeks ago, when we had a really similar game to the previous one, meaning that we had a aggressive feudal age approach that we then turned into castle age and castle pushes. So there's a difference in that. But in any case, we managed to pull that off against our then not friend but currently yes friend Dan or Danny, who then complimented that it was a really breathtaking game due to the amount of action that commenced. So it's good to have these very nice feedbacks as well amongst the perhaps bit if not hostile but frustrated ones. Of course, it would make sense to also reflect our own approach or feeling and our own feedback, because from time to time I'm quite sure I can also be very hostile or upset after the game has ended or during the game. But what's this full archer play when you are Koreans? Type of way. So we are not immune to that. I think the Viper has said that he very rarely gets upset. Or if he is frustrated, it's because, or towards his own play, like doing the mistakes that he did, or something like that, misplaying, or misreading situations, things like that, instead of being frustrated towards the opponent's play. Which makes sense because usually there is a counterplay. There might not be any available at certain point or from certain point forward, but usually, like in the previous game, if Chinese against Italians. So let's then build a dock with this one. Is there a fish? Is there no fish? Dock with this one. Mug Mug Mog doesn't sound like someone we know. Okay, so they are heading down. All right. Well, you have the cow. You've earned it. And what else do we have? Perhaps we could try to scout with that one. Ever so slightly. Is there a bridge of sorts over here. Let's try to take a look. So we don't have food, we don't have food. Everything's terrible. But we get extra villagers, so nothing's as terrible as I made it sound like.
什么？伐木工喂。
粮草征收人，
Okay. Italians. And then there's this water and we don't know if there's something. Let's try to take a look. There's even a boar. Which is nice.
何种命令？
Mog mog mog. So it took them some time to build a town center, but do they have a clever position for that then?
伐木工。何种命令？
粮草征收猎人，
So Italians, what might they be up to?
什么？
Of course it could be anything.
喂。
Hmm. Okay, so there is land. So is there an inner land? Like an island, or is this something else? Let's have a look.
渔夫，
准备
猎人
就绪。，
何种命令？
伐木工，粮草征收人。
And if that's the case, should we then transport over if it's an island? And if it is, then it would make sense for us to do such a thing.
什么？
No.
准备就绪。喂。
正确，猎人，猎人，猎人，伐木工，
See. There's a cow. Let's try to get few of them over before it's too late. Okay, so there is a connection. No, there is not. Okay. So
什么？准备就绪。
perhaps we could try to go over there. There's gold. And what else? Stone. They are over here, alright. Houses.
何种命令？建筑工，伐木工。喂。
Um,
征收人。
okay, so a few more
何种命令？
to the east then.
建筑工，伐木工。
So we get lots of food. Some resources. So not necessarily anything worth dying about, but all right.
何种命令？建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，伐木工。
Mm. It would be wise not to show the
建筑工，渔夫，
dum-dum, the transport ship necessarily. If they are still not contesting on water. Try to get a few more cows, so there and there, and that's also a cow. Okay, so in you go.
什么？
Then you
粮
could
草
perhaps
征收人。行，粮草征收人。
try to take that cow.
什么粮草征收人？建筑工。喂，
Mm. Ooh, so they have fish. Okay. Well, that changes everything.
准备就
Let's see if
喂，伐木工。
probably send
行，
few villagers over to get some gold for us. If possible.
准备就好。
So in you go. You go there. Up.
什么？
Sorry.
何种命令？确。喂，行。何种命令？建筑工。准备就绪。什么？遵命。伐木工。建筑工。准备就绪。行。建筑工。
So that's the last of the cows.
何种命令？建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，伐木工。何种命令？
Now land aggression is it?
建筑工，矿工。
Could be some fire galleys, just in case. Since we have seen that they have a dock.
神矛。准备就绪。好，
Alright.
遵命。
And double relics. They always in this double fashion. There are trillions of relics.
建筑工。
That changes everything. Alright, so where is our fire galley fleet? We don't have such.
什么？
We still have some cows left.
准备就绪。何种命令？什么？
We are finding new ones as we speak.
准备就绪。遵命。何种命令？什么？停好。准备就绪。何种命令？
So what are they up to?
何种命令？遵命。停好。停。准备就遵命。好。
They have houses here, but it's just for Ooh, and there's a transport ship finally. Good.
建筑工，渔夫，渔夫，渔夫，
Oh no. We are housed and everything, and they are just booming away. Meanwhile, we didn't really manage to do anything with this. So where are they? And what's taking so long for us before we get to the next age? Aha! So here's the town center. Finally.
什么正确？
There's some fishing to be done. Alright, so up we go, and then what?
准备就绪，建筑，建
There could be knights heading our way.
正确，遵命好，伐木工，
Any moment now,
建筑工，矿工，
or worse. And what is their play?
哎，好，
Just well, there is gold on the map. Let's create just a few extra units. So they are on stone. So is it a castle drop-ish play then? You see nothing from them.
何种命令为建筑工矿工，
准备就绪，矿工，
准备就绪，
Currently.
何种命令？进攻， 什么？建筑工，正确。何种命令？为
Oh, back to the safety you go. Oh,
命令，正遵命，
so let's forget about that.
遵命令，正确。建筑工，
And build our own town center over here. So they are contesting the middle.
准备就绪，
Does it matter? So there's town center over there as well. Oh no. Have we lost the game already?
伐木工，
When we haven't done
准备
too much to begin with. It's not nice. So they are booming and we are doing very little. That's alright. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
攻击作战，
So we saw knights earlier. Okay. Makes sense. It's a little sad, but that's still alright.
何种命令？
So there's a castle of theirs.
什么？行，马姆公
Well, that shouldn't stop us from taking some. There are relics in the middle, alright.
伐木工，
And then what? Imperial Age it could be. So how do we overwhelm our opponent? We will build huge amount of pikes, of course,
建筑工矿工
since they are playing
进攻，
knights themselves.
何种命令？
And should we get some relics? Perhaps we should.
建筑工，建筑工，中立武器伐木工，
But it could be that their boom approach is so much better than ours that we might not have very much going our way. Let's see.
为矿工，
Right, more villagers. Always nice to have them around. So we could secure this for a while at least. Then we would like to get to the next age.
准备就绪，作战，
喂，行，遵命，正确，何种命
So
令？
they still only have these 3 knights that are visible at least. So that's something. Oh, but we are going to need a lot of gold. How do we get that? We could take some from there.
建筑矿工，
Okay. So now all we need is resources.
为好，伐木准备就绪，
Doo-doo-doo. Nice find.
什么？建筑工，
Mm,
何种命令？
doo-doo-doo. Oh, the peace and the calm and everything.
建筑工，
There you go. Few more pikes. They are still not close to the next age, right? It seems that they aren't.
何种命令？
And more cows. It's nice.
准备就绪，
And some stone.
什么？
Few more pikes.
准备就绪，攻击，
Ooh, fish traps. Alright. Alright, and then elite skirmishers. That's the greatest play that I can think of right now. Let's send a few archers over. Very good. And then we should be able to get rid of the ram in quite
修理伐木工，
convincing manner. So there's a town center over there, and we could probably drop castle over there.
建筑工，
I don't know if they have more knights or something heading our way already, but we'll see about that. Alright. Let's do this just in case to get some extra visibility.
准备就绪， 建筑遵命，猎人，
为建筑工，猎人，准备就绪，正确猎人， 伐木工，
So what do we want? Siege?
遵命，正确，
Perhaps.
行，好，准备就绪，遵命，行，行，何种命令？遵命，
It would be nice to get the next age, yes, because
什么？行，
you could expect them to
何种命令？
harass our
遵命，伐木工，
businesses quite soon. Up.
为正确，何种命令？遵命，
Alright. Boom, 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 boom.
正确，遵命，建筑为建筑伐木工，
准备就绪，
Okay, so they're spending their time destroying that town center over there. That doesn't matter too much. I don't know if it matters at all.
进攻，何种命令？是，
Well,
准备就什么？遵命，好作战，准备是行，何种命令？行，遵命，什么？遵命，行，进攻命，攻击，进攻，行，准备就绪，什么？何种命令？遵命，
ooh, what do they have here?
准备就绪，什么？
First we could just walk past.
何种命令？什么？
Hello, just passing, don't you mind. But yes, so we would like to get to the next age eventually.
建建建建建建建建建建建建建建建建筑，
But
何种命令？猎人，建筑工，准备就绪，
boom, 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 boom.
建筑工，粮草征收人，
Let's see. Okay.
何种准备就行，好，是，
So cavalry archers is the play. And for that we will need also a stable. Let's see if we can go
准
there
备就绪，建筑工，
without being raided too much. Nope. Oh,
准备就绪，攻击，什么？作战，进攻，准备
ooh.
何种命令？行，正确，
Since we don't care about the middle Chukanus, yes. Perhaps.
建筑工，伐木工，
Oh, well, double university is going to be handy soon enough.
建筑工，何种
You will see.
行，好，
Mm. So we don't care about that.
建筑什么？
Let's build a castle here just in case still.
何种命令？
And then here we go. Oop.
何种命令？是，攻击，
Mm.
什么？遵命，何种命令？建筑工，
So a prolonged feudal castle age it is for us.
什么？
Oh, and back home we go. Since we still have a score lead, that means that we shouldn't be too scared about anything that they have
何种命令？准
to
备
offer against us.
何种命令？准备就绪。是。
We just need to keep on producing.
什么？准备就绪。
I can't see the edges. If we stay here, aren't we safe? Okay, there's nothing. Oop.
准备就绪。什么？作战。
Okay, so we will need more units doing the work.
准备就绪。猎人。何种命令？建筑工。
何种命令？准备就绪。
And you go there,
何种命令？
you go there.
什么？好，遵命。是。请遵命。请好。
Alright. And here we are still holding, so... Ooh! We are also holding here. Okay. So let's send few units here-ish.
何种命令？好。请好。
And let's have a look. Okay, so skirmishers is the play. They have chemistry and all. We are lacking access to gold. How is that possible?
准备就绪。作战。何种命令？准备就绪。进攻。何种命令？什么？作战。何种命令？攻击。是。准备就绪。什么？准备就绪。好。进攻。好。攻击。行。是。进攻。何种命令？好。
Alright, and then you will build us a stable or two. Thank you very much.
行。准备就绪。好。遵命。遵命。好。
建筑矿工。
什么？
正确。好。
Okay, well you will build us a stable or two. Just in case.
何种攻击？
Oops. Sorry about this. Well, that castle doesn't, I don't think, consider us too much. Because we still have... Oh! Oh! Hop to the boat. All those you can fit. And there you go. And the rest of you, come here. We are going to need you in just a second. Alright. No, we don't care about this castle. I don't think we care about the castle. But we could... Hold on, but we are lacking gold, so should we do something? Oh no, the boat. Well, let's see if we can make this happen. You may go there. Please, oh no. Okay, what's happening here? Nothing much. Right, so we are just gathering our forces and sitting idly by. But we are going to need more production buildings, so few houses. This might be a handy invention as well. And then we could try to get there. Are we in a hurry? No, we are not. Will we be perhaps in given some time? Oh. Well, this might have been a bit of misplay, but no worries, we will just produce more. And then we will want to get to the next age soon enough. From this. All right. And there you go. And what's going on around here? Well, very little is happening over here. Okay, and then we should also get huge number of skirmishers, but for some reason we are not having that. Okay. One's down, that's alright. Oh, help. Cannons even. Right, and then here you go. Up. Well, we will think of that soon enough. Right, then we will need some additional upgrades, so some armor would be nice. Of course. Since we were floating so much food, it's just a matter of time before we can make that work. We're just going to have to focus a bit. Oh, help. Oh. Okay. Then let's just fall back. Alright. And then an additional stable. Thank you very much. And a house, why not? Right, and then you could help here. And then we need more swiftness. You go there. And you just focus on holding. Splendid idea. So I don't think we need much, we just have to outproduce them. Oh,
什么？
no, 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 no. There you go. No farms, please. Some misplays
好，建筑工，
have occurred. Right, because we ordered them to... Sorry. My mistake.
何种命令？
So we need more houses. And then we should able to hold them. Oh,
建筑
no. And they will just fall back. And that's alright.
遵命，
Because actually what's happening is
什么？建筑工，
that we are trying to outproduce them on the
准备就绪，
何种命令？建筑工，
elsewhere. Chemistry, that's a very nice idea. So few stables over here. And then
准备就绪，
some rangers would be nice. Let's just go past and see what's happening over there. Oh, sorry, you could help a bit as well. No, 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 just go there. Ooh, I forgot about you. So, there you go. And then we'll see what's happening. So destroy those two and then carry on with that. So we should still be able to produce quite much. Alright, this looks good. And then in we go. Let's destroy those. So pikes are cool and all, but oh, it's because of the villager, right? Okay. And then we could perhaps send just the next wave. And what's this? Extra attack. Well, that's useful for some reasons, for some purposes, of course. Alright.
准备就绪，
Well, that's clever, but we don't need that castle. Of course, they don't know that, but... So, what do? We need more people on wood before we run out of that. Alright, could you move just a little? And if you could, then that's very good. Okay, and then comes the raiders, but we shouldn't worry about that too much, I don't think. That also is no concern, we can always produce camels. What a great unit they are. No. Okay, this is neat. So then we will have few rams. Let's just go there. See if there's something missing we are not noticing. No. Go there. Good. Destroy that and get back here. Alright. The single pikeman. That's neat. Alright, well, despite the losses, I think we should be in a very commanding position now. I guess we don't need to spend the camels. We don't need to spend too many of any units anywhere. We can just hold here like this, and then perhaps a few rams is the play for us to extra visibility. And the saw is a very good idea. Let's go there. And then few of these. But we need more wood, so how do we get that? So what we don't need is food, but I haven't been paying attention, so I didn't realize that. Let's build houses on this side instead. Alright, so what else do we have? So they may have the center of the map, but what else do they have? Ah! Hurry! We are losing the ram! You will also get here, thank you. Alright, so meanwhile, in actual news. Let's see if they have still some gold over here. Alright, and then just in we go. Ooh, well, what's this now? Okay. Okay, so let's get to the safety then. Hop. Very good. Well, that's their final push. Too bad the cannons were lost like that. Well, what can you do? Okay, so here you go. you could help a bit here as well. So that should take them a while before it works. So you will take care of that. Well, nice save. But then what? Let's see if there's something in the middle. Nope. So go there, destroy these. Thank you. Some extra wood would be nice. Ooh. So do we still have some rams? We don't. We have. Very good. So we should probably be producing quite much more than we actually are. Alright, so let's go there. And then that's their main focus, and that's fine by us, I think. Well, nice run. What do you do after that's over and done with?
喂，好，正确，伐木工。什么？
Alright. So Mog realized that their situation was unholdable, which is nice. Yeah, it's very difficult to try to get your army from across the map, from across the water. And luckily we had a few well-positioned castles, or this single well-positioned castle, to take care of the landings initially. Well, I think that they had the chance to raid us, but they tried to push in the old-fashioned way, which was a misplay, I think. And here they lost their fish. Well, it was a really nice start by them. This, like, their macro was really good because they were with the fish, and I'll have to watch how they managed to do that. But it felt that at this stage, when they are reaching Imperial Age, so right before they are reaching Imperial Age, it felt that they have a really good eco behind their play. But here, if we are quite even at this stage, that might be the case. Once they started producing army, they stopped producing villages, so they thought that since they have the age advantage and the quality with the Italians, of course, that 150 games so far. So Mog is also a newcomer. But in any case, it seems like they trusted that the eco lead would be enough, and sorry, the age lead, so the technological quality lead would be enough. And then stop producing. Okay, so but they will just were all around the map. It's a really nasty position to be in. Like we had all the 3 villages on the same side of the map. Really nice use of these cows. And like, what? How? 11 cows? We had 2 or 3 or something. Of course they stole 2 of our cows, but still. Even positioning them correctly so that there's only 1 easily edible under the town center. And then there are these groups. Double cow scouting, from which the next cows are fed, so really nice macro here. Adding fish and whatnots. We have already had almost 3 minutes of idle TC time, they only had 30 seconds. We are slightly ahead in the village. Resources collected, but that's probably due to the Chinese start with extra villagers. So we have 5 more villagers, but they are up, and let's, so yeah, 5 more villagers. Why is that? Because it took them some time to get to the town center. We were able to build it with 2 only, yes, but it was quite close to the starting location. But in any case, they already realized that the map is, there is this treasure in the middle. They didn't know about the gold. And I don't think the woodline was so vulnerable that it was worth it. If there was 20 relics or something, then this would have been a different game. But expanding really nicely right away. Now, if we had our army presence, like if we chose a different direction, we could have picked up a few villagers. Just like that. There's the knight. And then we are losing our pressure just like that. So we are still leading in resources collected. We have 1 more fishing ship. Now an equal number of villagers, but they are booming really nicely here. Something that we are only slowly starting to learn. And then we were lucky that we didn't start building this town center there, but still. And perhaps this was perhaps this aided us in a sense that there were still only 3 gold piles, and we could have also carried on taking that gold. Well, still 1200 gold, and there's way more on the outside, so I don't know if that was worth a castle. But of course, like, but I'd rather have a castle here than, say, here. So they of course couldn't know that we didn't have too much presence on the center, and they wanted to secure this base of theirs, but this castle didn't achieve too much. As was the case with the siege weapons. They're spending quite much time destroying something that isn't really very expensive or very valuable for us. And here's the next wave that we are luckily just able to catch. It's still eco kills 8 for them, 4 for us. Of because they are mostly fishing ships, I reckon, but still, and we are a little behind in villager numbers. For some reason they didn't contest the other side of the map. Here we got some villager kills, but not too many. Although we were able to get there in time. But yeah, we are floating so many resources that we could very easily be adding archers, for example. Just plenty of archers. But we are doing some work here, so it's like, whereas we have mostly lost, well, some villagers here, and we will lose more before I notice this. But after that, we have only lost fishing ships, I think. So, or besides that, so that's good. And also by this defensive castle against their townsend, we got to destroy it, and also we forced the second defensive castle. So if this was one of them, like offensive defensive castles, and here's the second one when we were raiding. This castle also could have been against our eco already, but now it's so far back that they can't really push from its safety. So they're going to have to spend extra time, and now the only advantage that they have left is the Imperial Age, because they are already 50 villages behind. I don't know if they realize that, but well, we had a quite commanding score lead at this stage, but soon we are going to lose quite much of our position. We aren't really using our resources. I'm uncertain of what to do. They also have quite much resources that they could be using, and perhaps that's the reason that they weren't adding more villagers at this stage. Partially because they didn't realize the losses here, could be, and partially because they were still floating resources, so there was no need for that. But for some reason they didn't take this gold or that gold, even though it was up for grabs. And here's the landing. We get some kills, but it's like more like harassment again. And here's the very expensive push of theirs that we are still, like, they could be pop capped with skirmishers, for example, and then this would have been very difficult for us to stop. But they aren't really queuing anything, so it could be that this was a like a game of focus, attention, and speed at this stage. So now they are taking to light cavalry and soon hussar, but we have 160 more units. We are not just using them very well, and we were nicely hiding behind or in the shadows, so they were a little hesitant with their approach. And then we had just enough quality here that we could destroy a great deal of their army, and also the siege. Not just the standing army, but the siege. And while they still have resources, they only have 80 pop, so we have 100 more now for reals. And this fishing is really inefficient now, or they hardly have any fishing left. Still at 50 villagers. well, the score is still promising, but then they could have more of the map, but they currently have the half-ish of it or so. And we were able to build this just out of the region. Some gathering point issues perhaps here. So here's the castle, and now taking to halberdy, or at least pikemen. Okay, well, this goes to show that our defense was quite good, because we were able to hold here and we had no vital structures. We had half a screen more to go, almost a full screen more to go. And now this is not the damage that these units would be dealing is very little. Like now the pikemen got killed for no value at all because we had no cavalry at the moment. And now, like, if the hussar was there, then at least some of the skirmishers would die because they are very weak against those cavalry units. So this is looking, for a while it's looking sad and very very bad for us before we are able to take control of the situation. And meanwhile we are taking to camel just because it's a great raiding unit. So grading unit. Trebuchet is doing the work for no good whatsoever. They only have... Okay, but now they're queuing more villages, so 50 villages but more on the way. And now they are just... well, we are also feeding our troops to fight under the castle, so not very good. And we lost a handful of camels before we got the heavy camel upgrade, or heavy camel rider upgrade. They are still not great, but they are very good against skirmishers, for example. So we are able to stop the push. And is this the moment where they are starting to plan this landing from here? Because they should be able to tell that this is... also they are moving this handful of units here. Oh yeah, the defense forces from here. I don't know. The Genoese crossbowman is of course very good against cavalry. Cavalry I've understood. But we didn't have too much of that, and when we did they run out of gold, or what was the reason that they chose to take to... Oh, they are probably weak against skirmishers. That would make sense, but then again pikeman is also very weak. So they had resources, or at least some resources. Only 2 relics left, but they had a few more. Just a while ago. We are just passing. And we are able to do what they were supposed to do. Like if they had changed the direction of their attack, we were lucky that they chose to attack from north. Perhaps they wanted to deny us from having these resources and we had destroyed the town center, so... Still, I think that with the castle here and perhaps the additional castle there, they could have just switched their focus or do a landing, just drop the majority of their troops here or something, so that they could destroy the eco of ours. But I don't know if they knew how strong of an eco we had. Because we have collected 30,000 more. It doesn't show, like I don't feel like it shows too well here. I'm not using our army very well, but perhaps it, like now that the game is nearing its end, perhaps now it's starting to show that we are able to do stuff or withstand losses. And here's the... No, it was the unlucky landing there, right, where the cannons were lost. And here it's just impossible fight with just 11 Genoese crossbowmen. No way out with those transport ships destroyed and then trying to run away with those. Adding a new market, few more archer ranges, but it would have taken me a while to cleanse the middle island, since they still had resources, but so they could have put up a very long-lasting fight. But I think it was just 98 hussars in the light cavalries in the queue. So 10,000 food in the queue. Perhaps few extra stables would have made sense. Few more houses would have been nice. But in any case, I think their macros just slipped as the game progressed. And then just like, you can tell that there are resources, but they just haven't been utilized, and that must be a little bit frustrating if one notices such things. But we were lacking some eco upgrades for quite some time, because we only managed to collect, well, double the resources, but I felt that we were lacking resources, but that was because we had only few stables and we had queued up 100 light cavalries into them. So that's probably the reason. And adding some cold units, as we were able to do, helped just enough, with the help of the siege rams, of course, that we were able to start pushing and not just holding. Alright. And I'm happy with that hold and the reading of the map to a point that grading would be efficient, as it was. And also, well, thanks also partially to the fact that they didn't stonewall the side or something like that some people might do. Also, they didn't add any more water presence, so they didn't have any cannon galleons or other like damage dealing ships that would have made it hard for us to fight near the coasts. So that was good or bad by them, but good for us. But realizing that we don't need to contest the middle was a very good thing indeed. And it's not that our castles were too aggressive either. We just were able to hold with the few that we had to secure our our eco just enough to delay their pushes or make them look improbable to work or expensive to execute. And then having just enough production buildings and units to hold against their push and destroy the little siege that they had. But I think that if Mog was able to, if they would have been able to add 30 villagers, even 40 or 50 villagers, then their quality army and the army control would have been enough to break us. Because now we had a chance to, like, well, 40 villagers more. some of them were fishing ships for quite some time, but yeah. So they basically weren't able to add too many villagers after reaching Imperial Age. So they were just holding barely, whereas we were constantly queuing more. Even though we also lost quite a few in the process by running them to the enemy fires and castles and what haves you. But still, I think that my game sense says that they stopped their eco approach after they reached Imperial Age and started building this army composition that would be sufficient for the push. And when that didn't work, then the panic ensued. Alright. That was a GG indeed. And despite having some difficult games and some throw-ish games, we also had games where luck was in our favor. So would this be it? Well, I'll have a short break and then play one more game, I think. So if you fancy to watch that, then stay tuned, and if you have something better to do, then run for your life. And see you in a bit, either here or on the other end of the world, where the escape is available for each and every one of us, hopefully. Be right back. Alright, and we are back. For the last run of the day, perhaps. Let's see. It still works. And just the last fine tunes. And all right. GG's, let's go. One thing that has been working in our favor tonight or today has been the map pool, since we only got one arena. Hold on, we have played 2 arena games, and both of them have been tight in a fashion that I felt that we had a very good chance with the Ethiopians if only we had produced cavalry, for example light cavalry, to raid our Poles opponents' farms. That could have been a winning move. And the second arena game we won with the castle drop against Celts when we played as Mayans, thanks to the murder holes. So we have been lucky in that regard that the maps we have played some 10 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games. So Arabia, African Clearing, Arena, Mega Random, Arabia 3 times in a row. Then Arena, Arabia and Mega Random. So all of those have been really open maps. Besides the arenas, of course, and thus would have allowed us to win the game in Feudal Age, or in a Castle Age, or lose. Save for the latest one, because we had this post-imperial battle and were able to win. So I think the middle game is our weakness. So what happens when we reach the Castle Age? Decision making breaks a bit at that stage. Like, should we add more townsenders? Should we try to get a castle? And if we do, where do we drop it? Do we have a defensive one or an offensive one? Do we try to raid our opponent? Are we building up our defenses? And with what units, since suddenly we have plenty of options that we didn't have before. Could be monks, could be siege. I usually neglect both of them. And how many townsenders would be enough? Do we try to be greedy and add 3 or 4 right away? Or stay with a single one and make something happen on the field? All that. Especially on hybrid maps, like the previous one. Hindustan is against Hans. So Hans got the horse with which they can scout a bit. So So the last time we went for a middle, but perhaps now we could try to be a bit more greedy with our approach. In the middle of the map is probably not very ideal unless we are able to pressurize them more than they are able to hurt us. The Hindustanis, we have played them before. We have cheap villagers, so it doesn't matter if we lose a few of them to the Huns scouts, for example. And do we expect to see a cavalry archer play? Can we make the game end before we reach that stage? Would be nice. Do we see their 1000 or no? We don't. Not yet, we don't. And do we need market? Perhaps. We could try to make do without, but well, this is chill. Okay, so let's gather some wood around here. They have 200 wood, so they will last forever. And if we mill something, then what is it? There's the Hans horse. Let's try to get to the safety before we lose all the sheep. There's a rhino. And if we mill the hunt, oh, perhaps it might make sense. It might make some sense. So let's do it. And then as soon as we get enough wood, we will build a barracks, and you two could still do some fishing over there, yes. And then we will scout with our militia and try to make the magic happen. So I think they are down there, but I don't know. Do we see any activity that could reveal their location? No. Oops. Well, Our sheep play isn't the greatest, but that's how the times are. Right? So 2 militia. Ah, well, we are really lucky that they are so close then. So let's try this approach. And wall in the wood line. So do we expect scouts from them? And should we try to get the next H2? Eventually, yes. So times are bad. All of a sudden. Oh, and we lost a very valuable source of wood. Well, what can you do? Okay, sorry, didn't need to rush that, but so that's the play. Very classic Hindustani's double barracks approach. And few spearmen to protect against their place. Based on the fact that we have seen very little, it could have been. Okay, so we will need to think more carefully. Oh, sorry. To the safety. There we go. Alright. That's a really nice position that we have over there. Okay, so they have archers, and that's alright. But they will need more people on wood and... Okay, nope, nope. Well, we did our best. Nice walls, but they are late. So as I was about to say, we need more people doing stuff. And then we will need farms. Certainly yes. And houses, it seems. Okay, we don't need gold, so let's drop that for a while. Well, I say that we drop that, but of course we don't. So we will go there. We will go there. In we go. Some more villages. Up. As mentioned, in we go. Very good. Okay. So we are losing some units left and right. That's alright. So we can always produce more. And they have lost quite a few units on the... Hello. Right, and back to work. And where are our units? Here. Good. We could also make do with some extra units, but alright. So you go there. You go there. You shall be farmers, and everything's going to be just fine. So do we see them playing with the scouts already? Not too much, at least. So there's one. second one.
नमस्ते हाँ निर्माता आदेश निर्माता मैं तैयार निर्माता निर्माता निर्माता
Just put in there, please. So they are ready to go up soon enough. Well, you weren't supposed to be there, but it's alright. So more archers. Right. Some spears. Alright, so they will be reaching Castle Age soon. But what does it mean for us? Can we make a risky move? Go down there. And what's the price of that if we do? Alright. They have lost way more. Second stable. Nice little walls. So knights incoming. Let's see if we have enough resources to produce. So of course what we need is huge amount of skirmishers and spears. Now our spears are ill placed. Well, this is better. So of course they have taken losses, but not necessarily enough losses. Oh, well, that's it. Misplay if I ever saw one. Alright, that's also a misplay, so that's alright. A few more skirmishers. A few more spears to be more exact. Okay, and now all we have to do is to hold a bit. Right, so could we click up anytime soon? With the help of you we could. We still have some units. Alright, so what's happening now is that they will be adding knights and probably never-ending quantity of knights. And then that's going to be our doom or demise. Okay, but that's good because with the help of just few spears we should be able to turn this around. Because they are throwing away units that they shouldn't. Alright. Very good. Well, weren't we lucky that they didn't manage to kill us there and then? Oh no. Well, it would be very much needed here, but it's never too late, so no worries. So let's not go there, but there instead. And perhaps over here. Here's the castle of their own. It's nice. Let's just go back there. And then you could try to get rid of those. Then we are going to need more pikes. And some more wood, hopefully. Any day now. Okay, very good. Well done, everyone. So now oh no, the knights are on the hunt. Good, no. And just like that, they will soon find us, I'm afraid. Okay, so what do we do now? we will send some pikes over there. Oh, but we wouldn't want to spend all the food that we have. Well, soon we will have it plenty, so no worries. Oh no. Run to the safety. We have been located. Alright, that's good. We don't need to care about that too much. So they have invested into a fletching. Oh, and keep checks. No, 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 no. So we are going to need some elite units of our own. It's very good. Alright, then back to the safety we go. So let's have a defensive castle. And then carry on with other tasks. So how are things over here? Let's build farms instead of those. Good. And then we would like to get to the next age as soon as possible too, but we are a little slow on that. Alright. Perhaps you could kill that. And do we have a chance of getting some stone? Yeah, just come on here. Welcome, welcome. And back to work. There we go, very good. And that's good. Oh, so what's that now? Perhaps we could also have a few units of our own of different qualities. So let's see, so they are over here, that's nice. A new market is on the way. Alright. And then what? I feel like we are in a good position, but I don't know. Perhaps we are not. Since they have... Oh. Some raiding archers and what have you. Alright, so the play of theirs seems to be just to build a huge amount of cavalry archers, and that's that. So we have a plenty of wood for farms, for example, but we are not really building those. Do we have a map presence, or is it just a feeling that we have it? And for how long can it stand? Okay, so they have some activity over there. That's the Imperial HQ. And then what do we need? We will also need a few houses. Right, and then that's good. We will need a university. And soon enough they should be adding. Let's go there and get rid of those. And we still have a chance. And we are late. So let's cavalry here, but does it matter? Well, of course it means that we will need some new infantry units again. Let's go there too. That's still a very risky play by them. I feel like, let's go through. So the score is quite even, and to me that tells that we are in a good position no matter what. Could we destroy a few of these? Nice. Well done, everyone. Alright. So where is our ballistics? How come no one's gathering any gold for us? That's odd. You'd think that's the main priority, but actually, of course, it isn't. Okay, so pikemen and skirmishers. That's the play. And then you. Let's try to keep that up and running. And we will need few extra houses, perhaps. And we should be producing more than we currently are. That's also a thing. So the castle is lost, but the dream lives. Alright, sorry. In you go. Before anything of importance is lost. And are they carrying all the way here? Let's see. Perhaps they are. Okay, still running around and doing the hoops. So, which is the most safe? This one, yes. Right, so you We have 1500 villagers there. Mm, so a few extra guns. That's alright. And then you could come here as well. Since they think that they have the... Yes, ballistics. So they think that they have us, but they don't. But it's of course only a matter of time that they actually do, so we must be careful not to lose this because of our stupidity, for example. Alright, so we lost a few. Things that held us nicely in a position. 850 food, we don't have that. These don't matter. Eventually they will, but now they don't. And they only have additional stone gates everywhere. Right. So we have a huge number of resources. Well, not for long, but for now we have. So let's try to make some use for those. Right? Extra range for hand cannoneers, that's not bad, but is that what we need, or is it something else entirely? Well, that's too bad. Now suddenly we lost quite a few villagers that would have been handy to have. But luckily we still can produce a few more. And what's the play? Cavalry archers? Some other archers. Oh, hello. So then what we need is a please help your fellow elephants. Hand cannoneers, not really, but let's not underestimate those. Alright, so what's going on over here then? And then back to work. Back to work. Extra range for hand cannoneers is really neat though, so perhaps we could try to produce a few of those. Right, and in we go. Oh, so they balled it again. That's so lame, but I would have done the same, so. Right. Then you. Oh, great timing. We are still alive, that's good. And then more people on work, doing the work, that's good. Since we will need all we can get. Alright, so a few extra. Oh, well, skirmishers are not bad, but then we need a blacksmith, and that's good. But we don't need. So it seems that the only thing we are lacking, since we have villagers, is the production buildings. So, but we get the superior camels, so we should be producing those. I've been not stupid, but a little forgiving. Perhaps we could put it like that. Okay, and then do we have all the upgrades for those? No, we don't. Could we have a few stables over here, perhaps? Then it would be handy to get extra HP. Right. Very good. And what's holding those? Or what's taking so long with those? Alright. And what do we need for this? 1000 food. And do we still have farmers somewhere? We have some. Good. Could go there. What's happening over here? Very little is happening. Okay. So let's just get rid of that. Oh. we are still lacking some upgrades. Makes sense. Few cannons would be nice. And few cavalry archers, why not? Always nice to have those as well. That's a handy upgrade too. As is that. Alright, so what's happening here? Fighting with villagers, that's cool. They are pop capped because we have not been producing enough houses. And then the rest of you shall build that. Okay. So we still have 150 villagers. We don't actually need that many, I don't think, so it's alright if we lose a few of them, but we can't keep on doing that for too long. No? So few more stables, then the farms, and then we could try to produce from there. So what's happening over here? Let's get rid of that. And then perhaps also try to get rid of the since it's highly unlikely. Okay, well, but they only had one. We have lost a few cannons here. Well, in any case, here goes nothing. And then few rams. And then there you go. And you as well. Houses. And here we go. Then we will just carry on there. Like we don't even care. And we will carry on producing since we can. A nice pinch we built there. Destroy these and then we are good to go. That's all we need actually. Then we will need you back to work. Very good. And we still have 140 villagers, so that's alright. So you will run here. And the castle still holds, that's nice. So let's just build another one. It's very nice. Oops. Right. Back to work you go. And then the skirmish over here. Okay. Alright, this is very good. So we are doing the work over here. Nope. And they shouldn't have too much. Nope. Going on for themselves at this stage, I don't think. I may be mistaken, but we'll see about that. Alright. And then we have this huge horde of units left. Okay, so their units are there. So let's go there. You go there. Then we will need some siege and some units to support that. We are pop capped, so let's just leave while we are. Few more villages there, for example, perhaps. So Paladin. Paladin is not a very good play against this camel of ours. Well, it's alright, but it's not very good. That's what I'm saying, but of course, here, we need you here. Okay. Then, there we go, and let's just destroy the castle builders. And in we go. Very good. So that was that. I don't think they are pop capped like we are, so let's just keep on applying the pressure. Alright. It's very good. So just more of the same. Few elephants to ease the pain. And there's a castle, but do we care that they have a castle there? No, we don't. Not too much, we don't. Good. And then let's just kill that while we are at it. So they shouldn't have too many villagers alive at this stage, since I think that we have been replenishing ours and they haven't done the same to theirs. Oh, the timing. Well, luckily they are attacking the wall, or the farm, sorry, so that doesn't matter too much. But is that going to take for long? No, we shouldn't give them too much time. That's a given. Alright. So, what do we do? Onwards. Well played. A tough match. So Mano 47, they even teched to a paladin, but that wasn't enough. I think that our saving grace was that they didn't scout the map properly, so when we had weak eco here and there, they weren't able to punish us for that. We could have also tried to hit this part of their eco where there were no castles, but alright. But GG it was indeed. Could have also perhaps invested this faster gold income tech, but I'm only learning the tropes of this civ. Oh yeah, so we had quite much more eco, but we were also wasteful. Yeah. So let's see. 700 games, so we are somewhat on the same level on that front. Well, of course we have half the games, but still hundreds of games. So menu. So they got the idea of our town center very in a very early phase, and also they have the horse. But luckily our approach was very similar. And that was a tense game. I think what usually happens is that we lose when our opponent gets the critical mass of archers, but this time they didn't do that because they wanted to get to the knights and perhaps to the cavalry archers too. But I think if they had just pressed on with archers and skirmishers idling our eco, they could have ended the game there, because we were a little off balance there. But let's see, so archers right away, fletching, and then doing the breaking havoc with just a few archers. They were really trying to use the firepower of the town center too, and did a very good job with that. Like already 2 kills on that. And then we are misplaying here. Also like trying to attack the archers when we don't have the armor upgrade and they have fletching. No, we had the armor, just didn't feel too useful. And here we are a bit late to add any spearmen. Oh, they destroyed the walls. Well, that's why it was open later on, because they are planning on adding these larger walls instead. And up to the castle they go. Nice eco. But they are quite much behind in villager numbers. Even though we have idle TC time of 6.5 minutes. Because they have lost 15 units. Okay. So that's why we were still in the game. Because they had taken so heavy losses. And it's only... Oh yeah, that's probably why the walls were destroyed, because we got few infantry units there, and then it was all lost when they realized that. But now they are starting to even out this, or are they? They even lost a villager to a boar, which is a shame. So they should have been able to kill something with the archers, with fletching, and now with knights. But I don't know if they, since they know that they have lost 20 villagers or so, they should know that they are in a very bad position. I don't know that I'm in such a good position, and the score doesn't help here. But if we had invested our resources more cleverly, and if we didn't give up the army, the map control with such ease, so now we are hesitating on moving out, despite the fact that we really would benefit from having extra woodcutters, for example. And they were so close of finding that out. Yeah, could have been 5 dead villagers there. But now we haven't gotten any extra additional villager kills, and they have evened out the villager lead that we had. And it's still going to take some time before we get enough food for any additional thousands. And there's some idle time incoming now that we are still waiting for the... Oh, the horse was right there. Yeah, good for them. While we are waiting for this to happen, and then there's this patrolling skirmisher who doesn't know which way to go. Right. And there's the cavalry archers, which probably makes sense, but I didn't see them as effective. And for some reason I was thinking of Kipchaks. Perhaps that's... Now, yes. It's very visible. Luckily we had the town center there already. But we are still few villages ahead. But just that. And now their first villager kill. And I felt that this was like 5th or something, that we are in a very, very bad position. Now that they managed to curl up behind these walls and everything. Luckily they had ordered the castle to shoot at the castle of ours, so some units of ours stayed alive. Could have tried to kill those cavalry archers, but we failed at that. Now we are even in village numbers. They don't know about the castle over there. Almost hits. Here comes the cavalry archers. And luckily the castle is not shooting them, but the knight. Alright, but they were really... they were able to steady the game after the rough start. Because now we have lost the resources collected lead that we had. We still have some presence in a form that our castle is in front of their face, but so is theirs. And well, they are cornered to a point, but trying to expand and doing very good job at that, outposts and everything. And this cavalry archer number is not looking pretty, and it's still going to take us some time before we click up. And now we only just now we are starting to turn this wood surplus into farms. And this castle could have been there as well. Yeah, we were lucky to have the spears there. Okay, so now once they clicked up to the Imperial Age, they stopped producing villages. So that was their winning condition. It seems like the plan was to get the Imperial Age and then get some upgrades in. And then, even though they only have 7, okay, now there's more incoming and also more villages. So they got their gist back here basically. And we only have 1 on gold, and yes, again very poor timing, but thanks to the outpost. So it wasn't our bad luck. It wasn't constantly our bad luck, but their good visibility, their vision about the map, that helped them. And here it's going to take a while for us to realize that we could try to kill some of those cavalry archers, but then we do, and that's all good. Now what we are lacking is means for destroying those trebuchets. Some of these engagements are weird, but of course they work because they have the quality lead here. But now, since they have the army numbers, ours is probably scattered around the map, or just staying inside in the safety for some reason. Well, it hurt to give this much gold away. But in any case, oh yeah, we had some army here. Oh, and there went the cavalry archers down just like that, and then they didn't produce anymore, which I think could have been a mistake, because if they had more cavalry archers, still have 15. And it's there. They could have raided us in a really neat fashion. Here they are unprotected, but we are not producing any more gulams or anything. I'm not paying attention to that at this stage. And now they have also carried on producing. What happened here? We are slowly advancing to the next age, yes. Our quality of units is inferior at this stage. And it basically took us the camel, because now it's looking really grim. But what they don't know is that we have a really nice eco, so this is just a fake eco piece here. So of course it hurt, but I think that they may have gotten turning more villagers queued up, so it probably felt better than it actually that the situation actually was like so they don't have too many resources. They are adding more villages, so they know that it's still an equal game despite the 2000 score difference. And here this was a bit wasteful or daring play by us again. And we don't have the latest or the last range upgrade either to give this more dent, and then all of a sudden we have lost yet again quite a few. But we are still leading, so it's 58 to 32. This villager kills, but it just it has felt bad for the last few minutes. Even though we are doing somewhat good work here as well. Well, we got through the gate, but and lost quite a few units, and we are losing the castle, not getting any credits back from that. Oh, and now that we are building the additional town center, then the cavalry appears. So if only they had more villagers. I don't know if it feels like that at this stage, that we have 10% more resources collected. That's not too much, and we have trouble managing with our army yet again. And it's still going to take us 15 more minutes before we realize that, oh right, the camels would make sense, since they are throwing cavalry at our way. But yeah, they should be producing more villages now. But instead it feels to them probably that we can't have too much. They've seen some of the things, so they should know that there is a real base behind all that. So they're just slowly creeping forward, trusting that their composition is enough. This is also a very daring play, because if they knew that Hindustanis are camel civilization, then relying on cavalier or even paladin is still it could be their best bet, but I don't know if I would like to go that path. Oh, and they stand ground here because they have been playing some clever moves, so all of a sudden they lost 5 units that they shouldn't have lost. Alright. And then they move here back to defend these. We got rid of 1. And this is looking a little grim here, I must admit, since our eco was a little... our eco balance wasn't the greatest, and it felt that they had gotten so much resources, so many gold piles, that it's going to be a rough or tough call to get a good position. But then their siege goes down again, and even if they have a nice number of units, it's still enough to clean this base. It's still a base that we don't really care too much about. So now they are up to 96 villages, but we have 150, which is way too many. This is just a bait for them to waste some time destroying this base that we didn't really care about, because all our eco was here. All the eco that we still had left. And now we are slowly starting to play this in a more serious manner, having lost 20 more villages, and now we are equal in villager losses too. Resources collected is very much in our favor, but there were some misplays, like sending these trebuchets forward without the protection, that they should have had. Perhaps they didn't expect us to have an army left. And then they are going to lose 4, 5, 6 trebuchets probably quite soon. And those are very expensive. Even though they have access to gold, they still don't have but 20 villages gathering that. And here I'm misplaying a bit, but perhaps they will do great things here. Or just get stuck, but still. But now some villages will go down, and even if we will lose some villages too, we still should be able to, yeah, clean this siege, losing our own, of course, in the process, but all of a sudden we have killed, what, 20, 30 villagers. Of course in multiple places, but now they are down to 80 and we still have 140. Alright, so that was the like the turning point of the game, and now they shouldn't be able to get back from this position again. So if they had their army together and like if they didn't force the issue too much, then perhaps they could have pushed us like they did here from the safety of the castles or something. Like choosing a different angle. They could have taken at least better fights. Now the paladins too late, because they only have 10 horses left. Oh! I didn't realize this. What a mess. If only we had garrisoned. But yes, so they have lost 114, and now they're just... Okay, just passing. Would have been a nice catch, 24 more villagers, but that explains why they were running up. And we are still going to get quite a few of them. And now it's just trying to deny the inevitable. Because we are not too active with our armies. Oh, there's also trebuchet just waiting to be well seen, or waiting to be commanded. And now they're down to 60 villagers. Alright, well that explains why it felt like they ran out of steam, because they did. So they are still producing halberdier. And now even light cavalry. As a very desperate attempt. And they are not taking this gold that they could have taken earlier. Alright. If they got to the paladin upgrade earlier and didn't lose the fight here when they had the momentum, and if we didn't have camel, some hand cannoneers helped as well, of course, having few castles. But yeah, losing 5 or 6 trebuchets that could have easily destroyed a castle and these production buildings without without us having too much to say about that. That was a very important moment. Yes, and some extra farms would have been nice. Alright, in any case, this eco in the corner was really solid, and we also had enough stone for an additional castle, so we could have dropped it there or wherever. So what ended up happening was their like offensive forward castles didn't protect their eco, and they also didn't affect us too much, because we lost some gold, of course, over here and that gold there. But when our villagers' lives were important, then they were able to run away. And later on, here they didn't use the castles, we lost the villagers, but they didn't get more map presence. If they had a castle there, perhaps they would have used that gold too. That's still few extra paladins. But could be it's raiding game would have made this very difficult. Just running in into our wood line. Not that we were lacking wood, but still. At this later stage of the game, I think that could have been better than trying to upgrade to Paladin. But could have also been a Civ win since we were Hindustanis, so what can you do? Army high, yes. Alright, we were both equally tired. Perhaps. Alright, what a great way to call it quits. Having a few long-lasting but successful games, and we are back to near 1.1k ELO, which has been eluding us for half a year or so. I think that we have been close to 1.1 when we had our winning streak in the last spring, but let's see. But Hindustanis has been good for us. It seems like. Oh yeah, so after a day, or during the first day, we reached a very similar status of just a little shy of 1.1k ELO, and then in the second day, as per statistics on AOE2.gg, we have reached 1.1 and 14 on top of that, and then it's gone downhill from there. Like, then we were introduced to Arena probably, and now we have reached a level we haven't seen for almost a year then. Alright, thanks to our opponents of course, but also you, the viewers, with the tips and the support and the pressure that you put on us, and also hopefully the general know-how about the game that we also get to spread, hopefully. But with this I will call it quits, and if everything goes as planned, we shall see sooner than in a few weeks. Let's see how it goes. But thank you all for the GGs, and enjoy your lives if possible. If it's impossible, then I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully something can be done to turn that game on its head as well. The game of life. With that, take care, and we'll be in touch.